The grand history of French pâtisserie, from royal courts to the modern croissant. The history of French pâtisserie begins in the quiet warmth of ancient ovens, where flour and water first met the gentle heat of carefully tended fires. The art of baking, in its most elemental form, represents humanity's earliest attempts to transform raw grain into something nourishing, something that could sustain life through the long winter months. In the beginning, there was only the simplest of breads, dense and unleavened, baked on hot stones or in primitive clay vessels. But within these humble origins lay the seed of something far more refined, something that would eventually blossom into the elaborate, butter-rich creations that define French pâtisserie as we understand it today. The journey from those first crude loaves to the delicate, flaky layers of a perfect croissant spans thousands of years, crossing continents and cultures, absorbing techniques from the Middle East, refinements from Italy, and ultimately achieving its highest expression in the royal courts and professional kitchens of France. This is the story of that transformation, told slowly and carefully, with attention to every detail, every technique, every careful fold of dough and every precise measurement of cream. The earliest evidence of organized baking in what would become France dates to the Roman occupation, when professional bakers, known as pisteurs, established their craft in the urban centers of Gaul. These bakers worked primarily with wheat flour, which was considered superior to the barley and rye flours used by the common people. The Romans brought with them knowledge of leavening, having learned from the Egyptians how to cultivate wild yeasts to make their breads rise and become lighter in texture. But these early breads, while an improvement over the dense flatbreads of earlier times, were still far removed from what we would recognize as pâtisserie. They were utilitarian, designed to feed the masses, and contained little in the way of enrichment. Butter was scarce and expensive, used primarily as a medicine or a cosmetic rather than an ingredient in baking. The fat of choice for cooking was olive oil in the south or rendered animal fat in the north, neither of which produced the delicate, flaky textures that would later define French pastry. As the Roman Empire declined and the Middle Ages began, baking in France became increasingly organized into guilds. By the 13th century, clear distinctions had emerged between different types of bakers. The boulanger made bread for daily consumption, working with simple wheat flour, water, salt, and leaven. The pâtissier, however, occupied a different realm entirely. The word pâtissier derives from the Old French word pasticcier, which itself comes from paste, meaning paste or dough. The pâtissiers of medieval France specialized in making pâtés, which at that time referred not to the meat preparations we know today, but rather to any mixture enclosed in a pastry crust. These crusts were thick and sturdy, designed to contain their fillings during long cooking times and to serve as protective vessels for preserving meat. They were not intended to be eaten themselves, but rather to be broken open and discarded, revealing the savory contents within. The pastry doughs of the medieval period were made with flour, water, and sometimes lard, kneaded into a dense, tough paste that could withstand the heat of the oven without collapsing. There was no delicacy in these early pastries, no consideration of texture or flakiness. The goal was purely structural, purely functional. But even in these rough beginnings, we can see the seeds of future refinement. The medieval pâtissier had to understand the properties of flour, the importance of proper kneading, and the behavior of dough when exposed to heat. These fundamental principles would remain constant even as techniques grew more sophisticated. The medieval baker learned through years of apprenticeship, absorbing knowledge passed down through generations, working in dim, smoky kitchens where the heat from the ovens made the summer months nearly unbearable and where the work began before dawn and continued long into the night. The Renaissance brought dramatic changes to French baking, as it did to every aspect of European culture. When Catherine de' Medici arrived in France in 1533 to marry the future King Henry II, she brought with her an entourage of Italian cooks and pastry makers who possessed techniques unknown to their French counterparts. The Italians had already begun to refine the art of pastry making, creating lighter, more delicate doughs and developing a broader repertoire of sweet preparations. Catherine's cooks introduced French bakers to new concepts, new ingredients, and new possibilities. They brought knowledge of sugar work, which was still a relatively new and exotic art in France. They demonstrated methods for making lighter pastry crusts, using better quality fats and employing more sophisticated mixing techniques. And perhaps most importantly, they brought an aesthetic sensibility, a belief that food should please not only the palate but also the eye. Under Catherine's influence, the French court began to develop an appreciation for elaborate desserts and decorative pastries. These were not yet the butter-rich creations of later centuries, but they represented a significant step forward in refinement. The crusts became thinner, more tender. Sugar became a central ingredient rather than a rare luxury. Almonds, which had long been used in Italian baking, began to appear more frequently in French pastries. The marzipan sculptures and sugar constructions that adorned royal banquets grew increasingly elaborate, demonstrating both the skill of the pastry makers and the wealth of their patrons. These sugar sculptures, called subtleties or entremets, often depicted mythological scenes or heraldic symbols, and they could take weeks to complete. They were the centerpieces of royal feasts, admired by all the guests before being ceremonially broken apart and distributed. But even as French patisserie began to develop its characteristic refinement during the Renaissance, it still lacked one crucial element that would later define it: butter. The use of butter in baking remained relatively uncommon through the 16th century. Butter was expensive and difficult to store, especially in the days before refrigeration. It would quickly turn rancid in warm weather, developing an unpleasant, sour taste. For this reason, most pastry doughs continued to be made with lard or other animal fats, which were more stable and less prone to spoilage. It was not until the 17th century that butter began to be used more widely in French baking, and even then, it was primarily in the wealthiest households and at the royal court. The shift toward butter-based pastries coincided with improvements in dairy production and distribution, making fresh butter more reliably available in urban centers like Paris. The 17th century was a period of tremendous culinary innovation in France, driven in large part by the demands of Louis XIV and his extravagant court at Versailles. The Sun King, as Louis was known, maintained an enormous household that required vast quantities of food prepared to the highest standards. His daily routine included multiple elaborate meals, each consisting of numerous courses, and his love of luxury extended to every aspect of his table. The pastry makers at Versailles were among the most skilled in Europe, and they had access to the finest ingredients available. They began to experiment with new techniques, seeking to create pastries that were not only beautiful but also extraordinarily light and delicate in texture. It was during this period that French pastry began to truly distinguish itself from the traditions of other European nations, developing the characteristics that would later be recognized as uniquely French. One of the most important innovations of this era was the development of pâte feuilletée, or puff pastry, a dough characterized by its many thin layers that separate during baking to create a light, flaky texture. The origins of puff pastry are somewhat disputed, with various legends attributing its invention to different individuals. One popular story credits a young apprentice named Claudius Gelli, who later became known as Claude Lorraine and achieved fame as a painter. According to this legend, young Claude was attempting to make a butter cake for his sick father around 1613 when he inadvertently created the first puff pastry by repeatedly folding butter into his dough. While this story is charming, it is almost certainly apocryphal. The technique of laminating fat into dough to create layers was known in various forms across Europe and the Middle East long before the 17th century. What the French did was to refine and perfect this technique, transforming it into a precise, systematic method that produced consistently excellent results. The key to puff pastry lies in the process of lamination, which involves encasing a block of cold butter within a simple dough, then rolling and folding this package repeatedly to create hundreds of alternating layers of dough and butter. When the pastry is baked, the water in the butter turns to steam, causing the layers to separate and rise, creating the characteristic flaky texture. This process requires great skill and patience. The butter must be kept at exactly the right temperature throughout the process. If it is too cold, it will break into chunks instead of spreading evenly between the layers of dough. If it is too warm, it will melt and be absorbed into the dough, eliminating the distinct layers that give puff pastry its texture. The room temperature, the temperature of the work surface, even the temperature of the baker's hands all affect the outcome. This is why traditional French pastry kitchens often had marble work surfaces, which remained cool even on warm days and helped to keep the butter at the proper consistency. The process of making puff pastry begins with the day trempe, the base dough that will encase the butter. This dough is made from flour, water, salt, and sometimes a small amount of melted butter or oil. The ingredients are mixed just until they come together into a cohesive mass. Unlike bread dough, which benefits from extensive kneading to develop the gluten and create structure, the day trempe should be mixed only briefly. Overworking the dough at this stage would develop too much gluten, making the dough elastic and resistant to rolling, which would make the subsequent lamination process difficult. Once mixed, the day trempe is formed into a square or rectangle and allowed to rest in a cool place. This resting period allows the gluten that has formed to relax, making the dough easier to roll out. While the day trempe rests, the butter is prepared for lamination. The butter for puff pastry must be of the highest quality, with a high fat content and minimal water. European-style butters, with their higher fat content of 82% or more, are preferred over American-style butters, which typically contain around 80% fat. This difference of a few percentage points may seem small, but it has a significant impact on the final texture of the pastry. The butter is worked by hand or with a rolling pin to make it pliable, then shaped into a square that is approximately half the size of the rolled-out day trempe. The butter must be softened just enough to be malleable without becoming greasy or warm. It should feel cool to the touch and hold its shape when pressed. Achieving this perfect consistency requires experience and judgment. On a cold winter day, the butter might need to be left at room temperature for a longer period. On a warm summer day, it might need to be worked very quickly to prevent it from becoming too soft. Once both the day trempe and the butter are ready, the lamination process can begin. The day trempe is rolled out on a lightly floured surface into a rectangle approximately twice the size of the butter square. The butter is placed in the center of the dough, and the edges of the dough are folded over it like an envelope, completely encasing the butter. This package is then rolled out carefully, working from the center outward with smooth, even strokes. The goal is to extend the dough into a long rectangle without allowing the butter to break through the surface. If the butter does break through, flour is immediately dusted over the spot to prevent further leaking. The rolling must be done gently but firmly, with constant attention to maintaining an even thickness throughout the dough. When the dough has been rolled into a long rectangle, approximately 3 times as long as it is wide, it is ready for its first fold. The traditional method is to use a letter fold, also called a single turn or simple fold. This involves folding the dough into thirds, like folding a letter to fit into an envelope. 1/3 of the dough is folded over the middle third, and then the remaining third is folded over the top, creating 3 layers of dough with 2 layers of butter between them. After this first fold, the dough is rotated 90 degrees so that the folds now run perpendicular to the rolling direction. This ensures that the layers will be evenly distributed in all directions. The dough is then wrapped and refrigerated for at least 30 minutes, allowing the butter to firm up again and allowing the gluten in the dough to relax after the stress of rolling. After the resting period, the dough is removed from the refrigerator and the lamination process continues. The dough is rolled out again into a long rectangle, using the same careful technique as before, and given another letter fold. This creates 9 layers of dough with 8 layers of butter. The dough is again rotated, wrapped, and refrigerated. This process of rolling, folding, and resting is repeated multiple times, traditionally 6 times in total, with 2 letter folds per session and 3 resting periods. Each pair of folds exponentially increases the number of layers. After 6 letter folds, the dough theoretically contains 729 layers. In practice, some layers may stick together or fail to separate completely during baking, but even with these imperfections, the result is a pastry of remarkable lightness and flakiness. The entire process of making puff pastry, from mixing the initial dough to completing the final fold, takes several hours spread over 2 days. This time investment, combined with the skill required to execute each step properly, is why puff pastry became associated with the highest levels of professional pastry making. Home cooks rarely attempted to make their own puff pastry, instead purchasing it from their local pâtisserie. Even today, with the convenience of commercially produced frozen puff pastry, many professional pastry chefs insist on making their own, believing that the quality and control afforded by the traditional method cannot be replicated by industrial production. The process of lamination is meditative in its repetition, requiring focus and patience. The baker must pay constant attention to the temperature of the dough, the consistency of the butter, and the evenness of the rolling. It is a technique that cannot be rushed, that demands respect for the ingredients and the process. While puff pastry was being perfected in the kitchens of Paris, another significant development was taking place that would eventually revolutionize French pastry. This was the refinement of pâte à choux, or choux pastry, the dough used to make cream puffs, éclairs, and profiteroles. Unlike puff pastry, which relies on lamination to create its structure, choux pastry achieves its characteristic hollow interior through the expansion of steam during baking. The dough is made by cooking flour and butter together with water or milk, then beating in eggs to create a smooth, pipeable paste. When baked, the moisture in the dough turns to steam, causing the pastry to puff up dramatically. As the exterior sets and browns, the interior remains largely hollow, creating the perfect vessel for filling with cream. The origins of choux pastry are often attributed to the chef Pantarelli, who served Catherine de' Medici and is said to have brought the technique from Italy to France. However, like many culinary origin stories, this attribution is difficult to verify and may be more legend than fact. What is certain is that by the late 16th century, a form of choux pastry was being made in France, though it was quite different from the refined version we know today. These early versions were denser and less delicate, made with less butter and fewer eggs. The pastries made from this dough were sometimes fried rather than baked, and they were often flavored with cheese or herbs rather than sugar. It was not until the 18th century that choux pastry began to be used primarily for sweet preparations, and not until the 19th century that the technique was fully codified and perfected. The process of making choux pastry begins by bringing water, butter, and a pinch of salt to a boil in a heavy saucepan. The use of a heavy pan is important because it distributes heat evenly and prevents scorching. Some recipes call for milk instead of water, or a combination of the two. Milk produces a richer, more tender pastry with better browning, but it also makes the dough more prone to collapse if not baked properly. Once the liquid and butter are boiling rapidly, the flour is added all at once and stirred vigorously with a wooden spoon. This step is crucial and must be done quickly and decisively. As soon as the flour hits the hot liquid, it begins to gelatinize, absorbing the water and forming a thick paste. The mixture must be stirred constantly over the heat for several minutes, until it comes together into a smooth ball and a thin film forms on the bottom of the pan. This cooking step, called drying the dough, serves several purposes. It gelatinizes the starch in the flour, which helps the pastry hold its shape during baking. It also evaporates excess moisture, which is important because too much water in the dough will make the pastries soggy. And it begins to cook the flour, eliminating any raw taste. Once the dough has been dried sufficiently, it is transferred to a bowl and allowed to cool slightly. The dough should be warm but not hot when the eggs are added. If it is too hot, the eggs will cook on contact and scramble, creating lumps in the dough. The eggs are beaten in one at a time, and each egg must be fully incorporated before the next one is added. This process requires patience and arm strength. The dough will initially resist the addition of the eggs, appearing to separate and become greasy. But with continued beating, the eggs will be absorbed and the dough will become smooth and glossy. The consistency of the finished dough is critical. It should be smooth, shiny, and just firm enough to hold its shape when piped but soft enough to flow easily from the piping bag. The dough should slowly drop from a spoon when lifted, forming a V shape that hangs from the spoon for several seconds before falling. This is sometimes called the V test, and it is the traditional way of determining when the dough has reached the proper consistency. The number of eggs required to achieve this consistency varies depending on several factors, including the size of the eggs, the exact moisture content of the flour, and how thoroughly the dough was dried in the previous step. For this reason, experienced pastry chefs often do not add all the eggs at once, but rather add them gradually while monitoring the consistency of the dough. The last egg or two might be beaten lightly in a separate bowl, then added to the dough bit by bit until the desired consistency is reached. This careful attention to detail makes the difference between choux pastries that puff up beautifully and those that remain flat and dense. Once the dough is ready, it should be used fairly quickly. It can be held at room temperature for an hour or so, covered with plastic wrap to prevent a skin from forming, but it does not keep well overnight. The leavening power of choux pastry comes from the steam produced during baking, and this depends on having the right amount of moisture in the dough. If the dough sits too long, it may dry out slightly, reducing its ability to puff properly. Choux pastry is typically piped onto baking sheets lined with parchment paper. The piping must be done carefully, with consistent pressure on the pastry bag to ensure uniform size. For cream puffs, small mounds of dough are piped, each about 2 inches in diameter and spaced several inches apart to allow for expansion. For éclairs, the dough is piped into long strips, typically about 4 inches in length. The shaped pastries are often brushed with beaten egg before baking, which gives them a shiny, golden brown finish. Some bakers also sprinkle the tops with pearl sugar or sliced almonds at this stage. Before the pastries go into the oven, any peaks or points left by the piping tip should be gently smoothed down with a fingertip dipped in water. These peaks tend to brown too quickly in the oven and can burn before the rest of the pastry is properly cooked. The baking of choux pastry is as critical as the preparation of the dough. The oven must be preheated to a fairly high temperature, typically around 400 degrees Fahrenheit. The high heat is necessary to produce the rapid expansion of steam that makes the pastries puff up. Once the pastries are placed in the oven door must not be opened for at least 20 minutes. Opening the door during this critical period can cause the pastries to collapse. The drop in temperature and the rush of cool air into the oven interrupts the puffing process before the structure of the pastry has set. After about 20 minutes, when the pastries have fully puffed and are beginning to brown, the temperature can be reduced slightly to allow them to finish baking and dry out without burning. The total baking time is typically 35 to 45 minutes, depending on the size of the pastries. The finished pastry should be deeply golden brown, crisp on the outside, and completely hollow inside. If removed from the oven too early, they will be soft and doughy in the center, and they will collapse as they cool. One of the challenges in baking choux pastry is ensuring that the interior dries out sufficiently during baking. Because the pastries are hollow and the walls are relatively thin, there is a lot of moisture trapped inside that must be allowed to escape. Some bakers make small holes in the bottom of the pastries with a skewer as soon as they come out of the oven, allowing steam to escape and preventing sogginess. Others prefer to turn off the oven at the end of the baking time and leave the pastries inside with the door cracked open for an additional 10 or 15 minutes, allowing them to dry out gradually. Whichever method is used, the goal is the same: to produce a pastry that is crisp and dry, capable of holding a cream filling without becoming soggy for several hours. The mastery of choux pastry is one of the fundamental skills expected of any pastry chef, and the ability to produce perfect cream puffs and éclairs consistently is a mark of professional competence. The fillings for choux pastries are as important as the pastries themselves, and this brings us to another cornerstone of French pâtisserie, crème pâtissière, or pastry cream. This thick, rich custard is the traditional filling for éclairs, cream puffs, fruit tarts, and countless other French pastries. It is made by cooking together milk, sugar, eggs, and a starch thickener, typically flour or cornstarch, until the mixture thickens into a smooth, creamy custard. The process is straightforward in principle but requires careful attention to temperature and constant stirring to prevent scorching or curdling. Pastry cream that is properly made should be smooth, thick enough to hold its shape when piped, and intensely flavored with vanilla or other aromatics. It should be neither too stiff nor too loose, neither too sweet nor too bland. Achieving this perfect balance requires experience and a good understanding of the chemistry of custards. The preparation of pastry cream begins by heating milk in a heavy saucepan with a portion of the sugar and a vanilla bean that has been split lengthwise to expose the seeds. The vanilla bean is the traditional flavoring for pastry cream, and using a whole bean rather than extract produces a more complex, aromatic flavor. The milk is heated just to the boiling point, then removed from the heat and allowed to steep, allowing the vanilla flavor to infuse into the milk. While the milk is heating, the egg yolks are whisked together in a bowl with the remaining sugar until the mixture is pale and thick. This whisking step is important because it helps to distribute the sugar evenly and begins the process of cooking the eggs gently. The flour or cornstarch is then sifted over the egg mixture and whisked in until completely smooth. There should be no lumps of starch, as these will remain as unpleasant, grainy bits in the finished cream. Once the milk has been infused with vanilla and has cooled slightly, it is gradually added to the egg mixture in a process called tempering. Tempering is a technique used throughout pastry making whenever hot liquid needs to be added to eggs without cooking them into scrambled eggs. The hot milk is added very slowly at first, just a thin stream while whisking constantly. This gradually raises the temperature of the egg mixture without causing the proteins in the eggs to coagulate too quickly. Once about half the hot milk has been added, the mixture can be poured back into the saucepan with the remaining milk. The combined mixture is then placed over medium heat and cooked, stirring constantly with a whisk or wooden spoon. As the mixture heats, it will gradually begin to thicken. The starch granules absorb the liquid and swell, causing the mixture to become viscous. It is important to stir constantly during this process, reaching into the corners of the pan where the mixture tends to stick and scorch. The mixture will seem to thicken slowly at first, then suddenly thicken very quickly once it reaches the gelatinization temperature of the starch. This happens typically between 180 and 200 degrees Fahrenheit. As soon as the mixture comes to a full boil and has thickened to the point where it coats the back of a spoon thickly, it should be removed from the heat. It is important to allow the mixture to boil for at least 1 minute after it has thickened, as this ensures that the starch is fully cooked and will not have a raw, pasty taste. However, it should not be boiled for more than 2 or 3 minutes, as excessive heat can break down the starch and cause the cream to thin out again. The finished pastry cream is transferred to a clean bowl and a piece of butter is stirred in while the cream is still hot. The butter adds richness and gives the cream a glossy sheen. Some recipes also call for the addition of vanilla extract at this stage, in addition to the vanilla bean used to flavor the milk. To prevent a skin from forming on the surface of the pastry cream as it cools, it should be covered directly with plastic wrap, pressing the wrap down onto the surface of the cream. The cream must be cooled quickly to prevent bacterial growth, as the mixture of milk and eggs provides an ideal environment for bacteria. The bowl can be placed in an ice bath to speed up the cooling process, stirring occasionally to release the heat. Once the cream has cooled to room temperature, it can be refrigerated until needed. Pastry cream will keep for 2 to 3 days in the refrigerator, though it is best used within 24 hours of making it. Before using the cream, it should be whisked briefly to restore its smooth consistency, as it may become slightly lumpy or separated during storage. The cream can be used as is, or it can be lightened by folding in whipped cream to create what is known as crème légère or diplomat cream, which has a lighter, more mousse-like texture. The technique of making pastry cream is fundamental to French pâtisserie, and it serves as the basis for many variations. Crème mousseline, for example, is made by beating softened butter into pastry cream to create an even richer, more luxurious filling. Chocolate pastry cream is made by stirring chopped chocolate into the hot cream just after it has finished cooking, creating a thick chocolate custard. Coffee pastry cream includes strong espresso or coffee extract. Lemon pastry cream includes lemon zest and juice. The basic technique remains the same in all these variations, but the flavorings can be adapted to suit different pastries and tastes. Mastering the preparation of pastry cream is essential for any aspiring pastry chef, as it is used in so many classic French desserts. The ability to produce a smooth, properly thickened, flavorful pastry cream consistently is one of the skills that separates professional pastry making from home baking. Another essential cream in the French pastry repertoire is crème anglaise, or English cream, which despite its name has been thoroughly adopted by French cuisine. This is a pourable custard sauce made with milk, sugar, and egg yolks, but without any starch thickener. The result is a thin, elegant sauce that coats the back of a spoon but remains liquid rather than thick like pastry cream. Crème anglaise is used as a sauce for plated desserts, as a base for ice cream, and as a component in more complex preparations like Bavarian cream or mousse. It is also delicious on its own, served warm or cold alongside cake or fruit. The preparation of crème anglaise requires even more care and attention than pastry cream, because without starch to stabilize it, the custard can curdle easily if overheated. The eggs must be cooked just enough to thicken the sauce slightly and eliminate any raw taste, but not so much that they begin to scramble. The process begins by heating milk with half the sugar and a flavoring, typically vanilla bean, just as with pastry cream. While the milk heats, the egg yolks are whisked with the remaining sugar until pale and slightly thickened. The hot milk is then tempered into the egg yolks using the same technique described for pastry cream, adding it slowly at first while whisking constantly. Once combined, the mixture is returned to the saucepan and cooked over gentle heat, stirring constantly with a wooden spoon or heat-resistant spatula. The key difference from pastry cream is that the mixture must never boil. The goal is to heat it just enough that the egg yolks thicken slightly, coating the back of the spoon with a thin layer that does not immediately run off when a finger is drawn across it. This is typically achieved at a temperature of about 170 to 175 degrees Fahrenheit. Achieving this perfect temperature without going over requires constant attention and a gentle touch. The pan should be kept over medium-low heat, and the stirring should be continuous and methodical, following a figure-8 pattern to ensure that all parts of the mixture are heated evenly. As the mixture heats, you can begin to feel a subtle change in texture. The sauce becomes slightly thicker, slightly heavier on the spoon. This is the moment to remove it from the heat. If you wait until you see obvious thickening, you have likely gone too far and the eggs have begun to curdle. A properly made crème anglaise should be smooth and silky, with no graininess whatsoever. If the sauce does begin to curdle, all is not lost. Immediately pouring it through a fine mesh strainer into a clean bowl can remove most of the small bits of cooked egg, and vigorously whisking the sauce or even blending it briefly with an immersion blender can sometimes restore a smooth texture. Like pastry cream, crème anglaise must be cooled quickly after cooking to prevent bacterial growth. The sauce is strained through a fine mesh sieve to remove the vanilla bean and any bits of cooked egg, then placed in a clean bowl set over an ice bath. It is stirred occasionally as it cools, which also helps to prevent a skin from forming on the surface. Once cooled, the sauce can be refrigerated for up to 3 days. Some chefs prefer to make crème anglaise a day ahead of when it is needed, believing that the flavors meld and improve overnight. The sauce can be served cold, at room temperature, or gently warmed, depending on the application. When used as a base for ice cream, it should be thoroughly chilled before churning. The richness of the egg yolks gives ice cream made with a crème anglaise base a luxurious, creamy texture that cannot be achieved with simpler bases made from cream and sugar alone. The 19th century was a period of extraordinary development in French pâtisserie, marked by the codification of techniques, the rise of celebrity chefs, and the establishment of pastry making as a distinct and respected profession. At the forefront of this transformation was Marie-Antoine Carême, often called Antonin Carême, who is widely regarded as the first celebrity chef and one of the most influential figures in the history of French cuisine. Born in Paris in 1784 to an impoverished family, Carême was abandoned by his father at the age of 10 and left to fend for himself. He found work as a kitchen boy in a cheap tavern, where he learned the basics of cooking. His intelligence and ambition quickly became apparent, and he was able to apprentice himself to a prominent pastry chef, Sylvain Bailly, who recognized the boy's extraordinary talent. Under Bailly's tutelage, Carême learned the fundamentals of pastry making and discovered his particular genius for architectural sugar work and elaborate decorative pieces. He spent his free time at the National Library, studying books on architecture and copying drawings of classical buildings. These architectural studies profoundly influenced his approach to pastry, which he saw as a form of edible architecture. Carême became famous for his elaborate pieces montes, showpiece constructions made from pastillage, marzipan, and sugar that depicted classical temples, ruins, and monuments. These pieces could be several feet tall and would serve as centerpieces for grand banquets, demonstrating both the wealth of the host and the skill of the pastry chef. But Carême's influence extended far beyond his decorative pieces. He was a systematic thinker who believed in organizing culinary knowledge and codifying techniques. He wrote extensively, publishing several important works including Le Pâtissier Royal Parisien in 1815 and L'Art de la Cuisine Française au XIXe siècle, which was published in several volumes between 1833 and 1847. These books were not merely collections of recipes but rather comprehensive treatises on cooking and pastry making, explaining not just how to make various dishes but why certain techniques worked and how they could be adapted and varied. Carême emphasized the importance of precision, cleanliness, and professional organization in the kitchen. He standardized many recipes and techniques that had previously been transmitted orally and inconsistently from master to apprentice. Carême worked for many of the most prominent figures of his era, including the French diplomat Talleyrand, the future King George IV of England, Tsar Alexander I of Russia, and the Rothschild family. His work for these wealthy and powerful patrons gave him access to the finest ingredients and the resources to experiment and innovate. He elevated French cuisine to an art form and helped to establish France's reputation as the world leader in fine dining and pastry. His influence can still be felt today in the organization of professional kitchens, in the emphasis on classic technique, and in the belief that cooking is not merely a trade but an art worthy of serious study and respect. Karim died in 1833 at the age of 48, likely from the effects of years spent working in hot, poorly ventilated kitchens. But his legacy lived on through his books, through his students, and through the standards of excellence he established. Following Karim, the 19th century produced many other influential pastry chefs who continued to refine and develop French pâtisserie. The rise of grand hotels and restaurants in Paris created new opportunities for pastry chefs to showcase their skills and reach a broader audience. No longer were elaborate pastries solely the province of the aristocracy. The growing middle class, enriched by industrialization and commerce, also wanted to enjoy the pleasures of fine dining and elegant desserts. Pâtisseries began to appear throughout Paris, each with its own specialties and regular clientele. These shops served not only the practical function of providing bread and pastries to the neighborhood but also served as gathering places where people could meet, socialize, and enjoy a moment of sweetness in their daily lives. The late 19th century also saw important technological developments that affected pastry making. The invention of the mechanical mixer made it possible to work dough and creams more efficiently and with less physical labor. The introduction of reliable temperature-controlled ovens allowed for more consistent baking results, removing some of the guesswork that had previously been involved in determining when pastries were properly cooked. The development of commercial yeast production made leavening more reliable and predictable than it had been with wild sourdough starters. And improvements in refrigeration technology made it possible to store butter, cream, and eggs safely for longer periods, expanding the possibilities for what could be made and when. These technological advances did not diminish the skill required for fine pastry making, but they did make certain techniques more accessible and allowed pastry chefs to focus their attention on refinement and creativity rather than on wrestling with unreliable equipment. During this same period, the croissant, which has become perhaps the most iconic symbol of French baking, began its transformation into the buttery, flaky pastry we know today. The history of the croissant is complex and somewhat controversial, with various nations claiming credit for its invention. The most common origin story traces the croissant back to Vienna, where a crescent-shaped bread called a kipferl had been made for centuries. According to legend, the kipferl was created to celebrate the defeat of the Ottoman Turks who had laid siege to Vienna in 1683. The crescent shape was chosen because it resembled the symbol on the Ottoman flag, and eating the pastry was a symbolic act of victory over the enemy. However, these early Viennese kipferl were quite different from modern croissants. They were made from a simple, yeasted dough without lamination, resulting in a texture more like soft bread than flaky pastry. The croissant as we know it today, made with laminated dough similar to puff pastry, appears to have been developed in France during the 19th century. The technique of laminating butter into yeasted dough to create what is known as viennoiserie, or Viennese pastries, was introduced to Paris by Austrian bakers who opened shops in the city. The most famous of these was Auguste Zang, who opened a Viennese bakery on the Rue de Richelieu in 1838 or 1839. Zang's bakery introduced Parisians to various Austrian specialties, including an early form of the croissant. However, these early croissants were still not made with the fully laminated dough that defines the modern version. That development came later in the 19th century, as French bakers experimented with applying puff pastry techniques to yeasted dough, creating the distinctive layered, buttery pastry that would become a symbol of French baking around the world. The process of making croissants combines the lamination technique of puff pastry with the fermentation of yeasted bread dough, creating a pastry that is both flaky and tender, both rich and light. This combination of techniques makes croissants one of the most challenging pastries to master, requiring skill in both bread baking and pastry making. The dough must be strong enough to withstand the rolling and folding of lamination without tearing, yet tender enough to produce a delicate, flaky texture when baked. The butter must be incorporated in such a way that it creates distinct layers without leaking out during the rising and baking process. The timing of the fermentation must be carefully controlled so that the yeast has time to develop flavor and create structure, but not so much time that the dough becomes too soft and difficult to work with or that it overproofs and collapses. The preparation of croissant dough begins with mixing a yeasted dough that contains flour, milk, sugar, salt, yeast, and a small amount of butter. This initial dough, like the de trempe used in puff pastry, serves as the foundation that will encase the laminating butter. However, unlike puff pastry de trempe, croissant dough contains yeast and must be given time to ferment. The flour used for croissants should be a strong bread flour with a protein content of around 12%, which will develop enough gluten to give the dough structure and strength. The milk is typically heated until just warm, around 110 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the ideal temperature for activating the yeast without killing it. The yeast is dissolved in the warm milk along with a portion of the sugar, which feeds the yeast and helps it to become active more quickly. Once the yeast has dissolved and begun to foam slightly, indicating that it is alive and active, it is combined with the flour, the remaining sugar, salt, and the small amount of softened butter. This mixture is kneaded until it comes together into a smooth, elastic dough. The kneading can be done by hand or in a stand mixer fitted with a dough hook. If kneading by hand, the process takes approximately 10 minutes of steady, rhythmic work, pushing the dough away with the heel of the hand, then folding it back over itself and rotating it a quarter turn before repeating the motion. If using a mixer, the dough should be kneaded on medium speed for about 8 minutes. The goal is to develop the gluten sufficiently so that the dough becomes smooth and elastic, springs back when pressed, and can be stretched thin without tearing. However, the dough should not be over-kneaded, as this would make it too tight and resistant, making the subsequent lamination difficult. Once the dough has been kneaded properly, it is shaped into a square or rectangle and placed on a baking sheet lined with parchment paper. The dough is then covered with plastic wrap and refrigerated for at least 1 hour, or preferably overnight. This cold fermentation serves several purposes. It allows the yeast to work slowly, developing more complex flavors in the dough than would be achieved with a quick, warm fermentation. It also allows the gluten to relax, making the dough easier to roll out when it comes time for lamination. And it brings the dough to a cool temperature that matches the temperature of the laminating butter, which helps to ensure that both components have similar consistency during the rolling and folding process. Some bakers prefer a long, cold fermentation of 12 to 24 hours, believing that this produces the best flavor. Others prefer a shorter fermentation of just a few hours, finding that this produces a lighter texture. While the dough is fermenting in the refrigerator, the laminating butter must be prepared. For croissants, as for puff pastry, the butter must be of the highest quality, preferably a European-style butter with high fat content. The butter should be pliable but still cold, with a consistency that matches the dough. If the butter is too hard, it will break into pieces when rolled. If it is too soft, it will squeeze out from between the layers of dough. Achieving the right consistency requires working the butter by hand or with a rolling pin, flattening it and folding it over itself repeatedly until it becomes pliable without becoming warm or greasy. The butter is then shaped into a square that is approximately half the size of the rolled-out dough. Some bakers place the butter between two sheets of parchment paper and roll it out to an even thickness, which ensures that the butter block is uniform and will spread evenly during lamination. When both the dough and butter are ready, the lamination process can begin. The cold dough is removed from the refrigerator and placed on a lightly floured work surface. It is rolled out carefully into a rectangle that is approximately twice as long as the butter block is wide. The rolling must be done gently but firmly, working from the center outward to maintain an even thickness throughout. The butter block is placed on one half of the dough, and the other half is folded over it, completely encasing the butter. The edges are pressed together firmly to seal in the butter and prevent it from escaping during rolling. This package is then rotated so that the fold is on the left side, like the spine of a book. With the fold on the left, the package is rolled out carefully into a long rectangle, approximately 3 times as long as it is wide. The rolling technique for croissant dough is similar to that used for puff pastry, but it requires even more care because the presence of yeast makes the dough more elastic and prone to springing back. The rolling pin should be pressed down firmly and rolled smoothly from the center toward the edges, lifting and repositioning the dough frequently to prevent sticking. If the dough resists rolling and keeps springing back, it should be allowed to rest for a few minutes, covered with plastic wrap, which gives the gluten time to relax. Some sticking is inevitable during this process, and the work surface should be dusted lightly with flour as needed to prevent the dough from adhering. However, too much flour will interfere with the lamination, creating dry spots where the layers do not adhere properly, so the flour should be used sparingly and any excess should be brushed off before folding. Once the dough has been rolled into a long rectangle, it is given its first fold. The traditional fold for croissant dough is a letter fold, the same as used for puff pastry. The dough is folded into thirds, creating 3 layers of dough with 2 layers of butter between them. The dough is then wrapped in plastic wrap and returned to the refrigerator to rest for 30 minutes to 1 hour. This resting period is crucial. It allows the butter to firm up again so it will not squeeze out during the next rolling. It allows the gluten in the dough to relax so the dough will roll more easily. And it slows down the fermentation of the yeast, which is important because if the dough ferments too much during lamination, it will become too soft and puffy, making it difficult to roll thin and creating a texture more like bread than pastry. After the first resting period, the dough is removed from the refrigerator and given a second fold. It is rolled out again into a long rectangle, using the same careful technique as before, and folded again into thirds. This creates 9 layers of dough with 8 layers of butter. The dough is again wrapped and refrigerated. The entire process is repeated one more time, for a total of 3-letter folds, which theoretically creates 27 layers of dough with 26 layers of butter. Some bakers prefer to do 4 folds for a total of 81 layers, believing this creates a more delicate, flaky texture. Others prefer 3 folds, finding that more layers can sometimes stick together and fail to separate properly during baking. The optimal number of folds is a matter of personal preference and technique, and experienced bakers develop their own methods based on their experience with their particular ingredients and working conditions. After the final fold, the dough is refrigerated for at least 2 hours, or preferably overnight, before shaping. This final rest allows the gluten to relax completely and ensures that the butter is firmly set, which makes the dough easier to roll out thin for shaping. When ready to shape the croissants, the dough is removed from the refrigerator and placed on a lightly floured work surface. It is rolled out carefully into a large rectangle, approximately 1/4 inch thick. The rolling must be done evenly, maintaining consistent thickness throughout, as any thin spots will tear during shaping and any thick spots will result in uneven baking. The edges of the rectangle are trimmed straight with a sharp knife or pizza cutter, and these scraps can be saved and used to make other pastries, though they will not have the same perfect lamination as the main batch. The rectangle of dough is then cut into triangles for shaping into croissants. The traditional method is to cut the dough into long strips about 4 inches wide, then cut these strips diagonally to create triangles with a base of about 4 inches and a height of about 8 inches. The exact dimensions can be adjusted based on how large you want the finished croissants to be. Some bakers prefer larger croissants, while others prefer smaller, more delicate ones. Before rolling, a small notch is cut in the center of the base of each triangle. This notch helps the croissant to curve into its characteristic crescent shape during rolling. To shape the croissants, each triangle is placed on the work surface with the point facing away and the base toward you. Gentle pressure is applied to stretch the dough slightly, particularly at the base, which helps to create more layers in the finished pastry. The dough is then rolled up from the base toward the point, keeping the roll fairly tight but not so tight that the layers are compressed. As the dough is rolled, gentle pressure is applied to stretch it slightly, which helps to create a spiral of layers inside the croissant. The point of the triangle should end up on the bottom of the croissant, tucked underneath. The 2 ends of the croissant are then curved inward slightly to create the characteristic crescent shape. The shaped croissants are placed on baking sheets lined with parchment paper, spaced several inches apart to allow for expansion during proofing and baking. Some bakers prefer to shape their croissants into straight sticks rather than crescents, which is actually more traditional in France, where the crescent shape is typically reserved for croissants made with margarine rather than butter. However, the crescent shape has become so iconic that it is now used for butter croissants as well in many bakeries. After shaping, the croissants must be proofed, which means allowing them to rise in a warm place until they have approximately doubled in size. This proofing process is critical to the final texture of the croissants. If the croissants are underproofed, they will be dense and doughy, with the layers compressed together rather than separated. If they are overproofed, they will be fragile and may collapse during baking, and the butter may leak out. The ideal proofing temperature is around 75 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which is warm enough to encourage yeast activity but not so warm that the butter begins to melt. In a professional bakery, croissants are typically proofed in a special proofer that maintains constant temperature and humidity. In a home kitchen, a warm spot such as near a sunny window or on top of the refrigerator can work, or the oven can be used as a proofing box by turning it on briefly to warm it slightly, then turning it off and placing the croissants inside. The proofing time varies depending on the temperature but typically takes 2 to 3 hours. The croissants are ready to bake when they have doubled in size, feel light and puffy to the touch, and jiggle slightly when the baking sheet is gently shaken. Another test is to gently press a finger into the side of a croissant. If the indentation springs back slowly and partially, the croissants are properly proofed. If it springs back immediately, they need more time. If it does not spring back at all and the croissant deflates, they are overproofed, though they can still be baked with acceptable if not perfect results. Just before baking, the croissants are brushed gently with egg wash, which is made by beating together an egg with a tablespoon of milk or water. The egg wash gives the croissants their characteristic golden brown, shiny finish. The brushing must be done carefully, applying the wash only to the top and sides of the croissants without letting it drip down onto the baking sheet, as this can cause the pastries to stick. The croissants are baked in a preheated oven at around 400 degrees Fahrenheit for approximately 15 to 20 minutes, depending on their size. The high initial temperature helps to create steam quickly, which causes the layers to separate and the croissants to puff up. Some bakers prefer to start at a higher temperature, around 425 degrees, for the first 10 minutes, then reduce the temperature to 375 degrees for the remainder of the baking time. This method ensures good initial oven spring while preventing the outside from browning too much before the inside is fully cooked. The croissants should bake until they are deep golden brown all over, not just on top. Pale croissants indicate underbaking and will lack the crisp, flaky texture that makes croissants so appealing. The smell of baking croissants is unmistakable, rich with butter and yeast, and it fills the entire kitchen with a warm, welcoming aroma. When the croissants are done baking, they should be removed from the oven and transferred to a wire rack to cool. They are best eaten within a few hours of baking, when they are still slightly warm and the exterior is at its crispiest. As they sit, they will gradually soften, though they will still be delicious for a day or two. Croissants can be refreshed by placing them in a hot oven for a few minutes, which crisps up the exterior and warms the interior. They should never be microwaved, as this makes them tough and chewy. Properly made croissants should have a deeply golden, crispy exterior that shatters when you bite into it, revealing hundreds of thin, delicate layers inside. The interior should be tender and slightly chewy, with a rich, buttery flavor that lingers on the palate. There should be large, irregular air pockets throughout, evidence of the proper lamination and proofing. The croissant should taste distinctly of butter, with the slightly tangy flavor of fermented dough providing complexity and depth. The mastery of croissant making is considered one of the highest achievements in pastry making, and many professional pastry chefs spend years perfecting their technique. The process cannot be rushed, and there are no shortcuts that produce equally good results. Each step must be executed carefully, with attention to temperature, timing, and technique. The dough must be mixed and kneaded properly to develop the right amount of gluten. The fermentation must be controlled to develop flavor without making the dough too soft. The butter must be prepared to exactly the right consistency. The lamination must be done carefully, with the dough rolled evenly and the folds executed precisely. The shaping must be done gently to avoid compressing the layers. The proofing must be monitored carefully to catch the croissants at exactly the right moment. And the baking must be done at the right temperature for the right amount of time. Any mistake in any of these steps can affect the final result. Beyond the technical challenges, making croissants also requires a significant investment of time. From start to finish, the process takes at least 12 hours, and more typically 24 to 36 hours when including the cold fermentation periods. For this reason, most home bakers rarely attempt to make croissants from scratch, preferring to purchase them from a skilled professional baker who makes them fresh each morning. In France, the neighborhood boulangerie that produces fresh croissants daily is a beloved institution, and the quality of a bakery's croissants is often considered the ultimate test of the baker's skill. A truly excellent croissant is a marvel of texture and flavor, a perfect balance of flakiness and tenderness, richness and lightness. It represents the culmination of centuries of refinement in French baking, combining ancient techniques of fermentation and modern techniques of lamination into something that is greater than the sum of its parts. While the croissant may be the most famous example of viennoiserie, it is far from the only one. The same laminated, yeasted dough used to make croissants can be shaped and filled in countless ways to create different pastries. Pain au chocolat, for example, uses the same dough cut into rectangles and rolled around sticks of dark chocolate. As the pastries bake, the chocolate melts slightly, creating pockets of rich, bittersweet chocolate within the flaky, buttery layers of pastry. The chocolate used for pain au chocolat should be of high quality, with a cocoa content of at least 55%, and it should be in the form of small rectangular sticks, called batons, that are specifically sized for this purpose. Using chocolate chips or roughly chopped chocolate does not produce the same result, as the pieces are not evenly distributed and may melt and leak out during baking. Pain aux raisins is another classic viennoiserie, made by rolling croissant dough with pastry cream and raisins, then slicing the roll into spirals that are baked until golden. The raisins are typically soaked in rum or another spirit before being added to the filling, which plumps them up and adds an extra layer of flavor. The spirals are sometimes finished with a light glaze made from apricot jam that has been heated and strained, which gives them a glossy appearance and adds a subtle fruity sweetness. Danish pastries, though originally from Denmark, have been thoroughly adopted into French baking and are made with a similar laminated dough that contains slightly more sugar and eggs, resulting in a richer, more tender texture. These pastries are typically filled with pastry cream, fruit preserves, or almond cream and shaped into various forms, from simple rectangles to elaborate braids and pinwheels. The development of viennoiserie in the 19th and early 20th centuries represented a merging of bread baking and pastry making, creating a category of baked goods that combines the fermented flavor and tender crumb of bread with the buttery richness and flaky texture of pastry. This category occupies a unique place in French baking, served primarily at breakfast or as a mid-morning snack rather than as dessert. The French breakfast of croissants, bread, butter, and jam, accompanied by café au lait or hot chocolate, is a cherished ritual, and for many French people, the day does not properly begin without a visit to the boulangerie for fresh viennoiserie. The importance of these morning pastries in French culture cannot be overstated. They are not merely food but rather a daily reminder of the pleasure that good baking can bring, a moment of indulgence and comfort that begins each day on a positive note. The 20th century brought further innovations to French pâtisserie, as new technologies, new ingredients, and new ideas about flavor and presentation continued to push the art form forward. The invention of mechanical refrigeration made it much easier to work with temperature-sensitive ingredients like chocolate and butter, and it allowed pastry chefs to create preparations that would have been impossible in earlier eras. The development of stabilizers and emulsifiers made it possible to achieve textures and consistencies that were previously difficult to maintain. The availability of exotic ingredients like tropical fruits, spices from around the world, and high-quality chocolate from various origins expanded the flavor palette available to pastry chefs. And the rise of modernist cuisine in the late 20th century, with its emphasis on innovation, deconstruction, and technical precision, influenced pastry making just as it influenced savory cooking. Despite all these innovations and changes, the fundamental techniques of French pâtisserie have remained remarkably consistent. The methods for making pâte feuilletée, pâte à choux, and crème pâtissière that were codified in the 19th century are still taught in culinary schools and practiced in professional kitchens today. These techniques form the foundation upon which all pastry making is built, and mastery of these basics is still considered essential for any serious pastry chef. A chef might create innovative flavor combinations or use modern equipment and techniques for finishing and presentation, but the underlying preparation of the pastry component still relies on the same time-tested methods that have been refined over centuries. This continuity is one of the defining characteristics of French pâtisserie. While other aspects of cooking and food culture change rapidly with trends and fashions, the core techniques of French baking remain stable, passed down from generation to generation through careful training and apprenticeship. The French system of culinary education, with its emphasis on classical technique and rigorous training, has played a crucial role in maintaining this continuity. Young pastry chefs typically begin their training in their teens, entering apprenticeship programs that combine classroom instruction with hands-on work in professional kitchens. These apprenticeships last several years and cover every aspect of pastry making, from the most basic techniques to advanced preparations. The apprentices learn by doing, repeating the same tasks over and over until they can execute them perfectly without conscious thought. They learn to judge the consistency of dough by feel, to determine when a cream has thickened sufficiently by observing how it coats the spoon, to know when pastries are properly baked by their color and smell. These skills cannot be learned from books alone but require extensive practice under the guidance of experienced professionals. After completing their initial apprenticeship, many young pastry chefs continue their education by working in prestigious kitchens, both in France and abroad, learning from master chefs and refining their skills. This tradition of working for multiple chefs over the course of a career, absorbing different approaches and techniques, helps to ensure that knowledge is transmitted widely throughout the profession. A chef who has worked in several different kitchens will have been exposed to subtle variations in technique, different approaches to the same preparations, and various philosophies about what makes good pastry. This accumulated knowledge and experience is what ultimately makes a great pastry chef, someone who not only can execute classical preparations flawlessly but who also understands the principles underlying those preparations well enough to adapt and innovate while maintaining respect for tradition. In France, the profession of pastry chef is highly respected, and the title of Meilleur Ouvrier de France, or Best Craftsman of France, in the category of pastry making, is one of the highest honors that can be achieved. This competition, held every 4 years, requires competitors to demonstrate mastery of all aspects of pastry making, from basic techniques to elaborate showpieces. The competition lasts several days and includes both practical tests and theoretical examinations. Winners are awarded the right to wear a special collar, blue, white, and red like the French flag, that identifies them as MOF and marks them as among the very best practitioners of their craft in the entire country. Many MOFs go on to open their own highly successful pâtisseries, to teach and mentor the next generation of pastry chefs, or to work in prestigious hotels and restaurants. The existence of this competition and the prestige it confers reflects the importance that French culture places on excellence in pastry making and on the preservation and advancement of traditional techniques. The equipment used in professional pastry making has evolved significantly over the centuries, but the basic requirements remain the same. A pastry kitchen, or laboratoire, needs work surfaces that remain cool, traditionally made of marble or stainless steel. It needs accurate ovens with good temperature control and even heat distribution. It needs refrigerators and freezers for storing ingredients and finished products. It needs mixers for preparing doughs and creams efficiently. It needs rolling pins in various sizes, pastry bags and tips for piping, molds in various shapes for shaping and baking, and a vast array of small tools for cutting, trimming, and finishing. A well-equipped professional pastry kitchen represents a significant investment, but the right tools make an enormous difference in the efficiency and quality of the work produced. The quality of ingredients is equally important as the quality of equipment. French pastry chefs are notoriously particular about their ingredients, insisting on the best possible flour, butter, chocolate, vanilla, and other components. The flour must have the right protein content for the application, lower for tender pastries and higher for laminated doughs that need structure. The butter must be fresh, with a clean, sweet flavor and the right fat content. The chocolate must be from a reputable manufacturer, with good flavor and proper tempering characteristics. The vanilla should ideally be in the form of whole beans rather than extract, providing more complex, aromatic flavor. Eggs should be as fresh as possible, purchased from a reliable supplier. Cream should have a high fat content and a clean, sweet taste. Sugar should be fine-grained and pure white. Even salt should be of good quality, fine sea salt or kosher salt rather than ordinary table salt with its chemical additives. The emphasis on quality ingredients reflects a fundamental principle of French cooking, that you cannot make great food from mediocre ingredients. No amount of technique or skill can compensate for butter that tastes rancid, flour that lacks flavor, or chocolate that is waxy and artificial. Good ingredients allow the natural flavors to shine through, requiring less manipulation and fewer additions to create something delicious. This principle applies to pastry making just as much as to any other kind of cooking. A simple croissant made with excellent butter, carefully milled flour, and properly fermented dough will taste infinitely better than one made with inferior ingredients, no matter how precisely the technique is executed. For this reason, French pastry chefs develop relationships with their suppliers, seeking out producers who share their commitment to quality and consistency. They visit flour mills to understand how the grain is processed. They taste different butters to find the one with the best flavor for their purposes. They test chocolates from various origins to understand their different characteristics. This attention to sourcing and ingredients is as much a part of the craft as the actual baking. The aesthetic principles of French pâtisserie have also evolved over time, though certain values have remained constant. In the Baroque and Rococo periods of the 17th and 18th centuries, elaboration and decoration were prized, and pastries were often heavily ornamented with sugarwork, marzipan decorations, and complex shapes. The pieces Montes of Antonin Karim exemplified this aesthetic, with their architectural forms and intricate details. In the 19th century, as tastes became somewhat more restrained, pastries began to emphasize elegance and refinement over sheer elaboration. The focus shifted toward perfection of technique and purity of flavor rather than overwhelming displays of skill. This is not to say that pastries became simple or plain, but rather that the decoration became more integrated with the form and function of the pastry itself rather than being purely ornamental. In the 20th century, this trend toward refinement continued, with many famous French pastry chefs advocating for a style that emphasized clean lines, balanced proportions, and harmonious flavors. The pastries of Gaston Lenôtre, who revolutionized French pastry in the mid-20th century, exemplified this aesthetic. His creations were beautiful but not fussy, elegant but not ostentatious. He believed that every element of a pastry should serve a purpose, contributing either to the flavor or to the structure, and that decoration should enhance rather than obscure the essential qualities of the preparation. His opera cake, created in the 1950s, became an iconic example of this philosophy. It consists of thin layers of almond sponge cake soaked with coffee syrup and layered with coffee buttercream and chocolate ganache, the whole finished with a glossy chocolate glaze. The decoration is minimal, perhaps just a touch of gold leaf or the word opera written in chocolate, but the pastry itself is a study in balance and refinement, with each layer contributing to a harmonious whole. The late 20th and early 21st centuries have seen yet another evolution in the aesthetics of French pâtisserie, influenced by modernist cuisine and by chefs like Pierre Hermé, who has been called the Picasso of pastry. Hermé's approach emphasizes bold flavor combinations, contrasting textures, and a willingness to challenge traditional expectations. His creations might pair unexpected ingredients like rose and lychee, or combine multiple textures within a single pastry, creating complex sensory experiences. The visual presentation of modern French pastries has also become more minimalist and sculptural, with smooth, glossy surfaces, clean geometric shapes, and restrained use of color and decoration. This aesthetic reflects contemporary tastes and design sensibilities, but it still maintains a connection to classical French pastry through its emphasis on technical precision and quality ingredients. Despite these changes in style and presentation, the underlying techniques remain fundamentally the same. A modern pastry chef creating an innovative, contemporary dessert still relies on the same classical preparations that have been used for generations: pâte sucrée for tart bases, pâte à choux for cream puff shells, crème pâtissière for custard fillings, pâte d'amande for almond paste decorations. What changes is how these components are combined, flavored, and presented. A traditional tart might feature pastry cream flavored with vanilla, while a modern interpretation might use passion fruit pastry cream with a layer of raspberry gel and a topping of Italian meringue. The basic technique of making the pastry cream remains the same, but the flavor profile and presentation are contemporary. This ability to innovate while maintaining respect for tradition is one of the strengths of French pâtisserie, allowing it to remain relevant and exciting while preserving the accumulated wisdom of centuries of baking. Another fundamental preparation in French pâtisserie is pâte sucrée, or sweet pastry dough, which is used as the base for fruit tarts, tartlets, and various other pastries. This dough is richer and more tender than regular pie dough, containing more butter and sugar and often enriched with egg yolks. The result is a crisp, cookie-like crust that holds its shape well and has a delicate, slightly sweet flavor that complements fruit fillings and cream fillings without overpowering them. The texture should be crisp enough to cut cleanly but tender enough to melt in the mouth, not tough or chewy. Achieving this ideal texture requires a specific mixing method that limits gluten development, keeping the dough tender. The preparation of pâte sucrée traditionally uses a method called sablage, which means sanding in French. This method involves working cold butter into flour until the mixture resembles coarse sand, similar to the method used for making American pie dough or biscuits. However, pâte sucrée contains much more butter than these doughs, typically a ratio of 1 part butter to 2 parts flour, which creates a much richer, more tender result. The process begins by cutting very cold butter into small cubes. The butter is then added to the flour along with sugar and a pinch of salt. Using fingertips or a pastry blender, the butter is worked into the flour with quick, light movements. The goal is to break the butter into pieces roughly the size of small peas and to coat these pieces with flour without warming the butter or compressing it. The mixture should remain light and loose, not dense or greasy. Once the butter is properly incorporated, a whole egg or egg yolks are beaten lightly and added to the mixture. The egg provides structure and richness and helps to bind the dough together. After the egg is added, the mixture is gently pressed and squeezed together just until it forms a cohesive dough. This step requires a light touch and minimal handling. The more the dough is worked, the more gluten will develop, resulting in a tougher crust. Some recipes include a splash of cold water or cream along with the egg to help bring the dough together. The finished dough should hold together when pressed but should not be sticky or greasy. If the dough seems too dry and crumbly, a tiny bit more liquid can be added, just a teaspoon at a time. If it seems too wet or sticky, a small amount of flour can be incorporated, though this is less ideal as it changes the ratio of ingredients. Once the dough has come together, it is formed into a flat disc, wrapped tightly in plastic wrap, and refrigerated for at least 1 hour before rolling. This resting period is essential. It allows the butter to firm up again, making the dough easier to roll without becoming greasy or sticky. It allows the flour to fully hydrate, creating a more cohesive texture. And it allows any gluten that has formed to relax, making the dough more tender when baked. Many bakers prefer to make pâte sucrée a day ahead and let it rest overnight in the refrigerator, believing that this extended rest produces the best results. The dough can be refrigerated for up to 3 days or frozen for up to 3 months. When ready to use, frozen dough should be thawed overnight in the refrigerator, not at room temperature, which would cause condensation to form on the surface. Rolling out pâte sucrée requires care, as the high butter content makes it prone to cracking and tearing. The dough should be removed from the refrigerator and allowed to sit at room temperature for about 10 minutes to soften slightly. If the dough is too cold, it will crack when rolled. If it is too warm, it will become sticky and difficult to handle. The work surface should be lightly floured, and the rolling pin should also be dusted with flour to prevent sticking. The dough is rolled from the center outward, rotating it frequently to maintain a circular shape and even thickness. Each roll should be smooth and decisive, pressing down firmly but not so hard that the dough compresses or the butter breaks through the surface. If cracks appear around the edges, they can be pressed back together with the fingertips. If the dough becomes too soft or sticky during rolling, it should be returned to the refrigerator for a few minutes to firm up again. There is no rush in working with pastry dough, and taking the time to chill it when necessary produces much better results than trying to force it to cooperate when it is too warm. The dough should be rolled to approximately 1/8 inch thickness, which is thick enough to provide structure but thin enough to bake crisp and tender. Once rolled, the dough is carefully transferred to the tart pan. The easiest method is to roll the dough loosely around the rolling pin, then unroll it over the pan. The dough is gently pressed into the pan, working from the bottom outward and up the sides, making sure there are no air pockets trapped beneath the dough. The excess dough hanging over the edges can be trimmed by rolling the rolling pin across the top of the pan, which cuts through the dough cleanly. Some bakers prefer to leave a slight overhang and trim it after baking, which provides a margin of error in case the dough shrinks slightly during baking. Once fitted into the pan, the tart shell should be refrigerated for at least 30 minutes before baking to minimize shrinkage. Most tart shells made from pâte sucrée are blind baked, meaning they are baked partially or completely before being filled. This prevents the crust from becoming soggy when a moist filling is added and ensures that the bottom of the crust is fully cooked and crisp. To blind bake, the chilled tart shell is lined with parchment paper or aluminum foil, and the paper is filled with pie weights, dried beans, or rice. These weights hold the dough in place and prevent it from puffing up or shrinking during the initial baking. The weighted shell is baked in a preheated oven at 375 degrees Fahrenheit for about 15 to 20 minutes, until the edges just begin to turn golden. The weights and paper are then carefully removed, and the shell is returned to the oven to finish baking until it is evenly golden brown all over, another 10 to 15 minutes. If the shell is to be filled with a custard that will be baked further, it only needs to be partially baked at this stage. If it will be filled with a cooked filling that will not be baked again, it should be fully baked until deeply golden. Properly baked pâte sucrée should be crisp and tender, with a delicate, buttery flavor that has subtle notes of sweetness but is not overpoweringly sweet. The texture should shatter cleanly when bitten, not crumble into dust or bend and tear. The color should be even golden brown, indicating that the sugars have caramelized slightly and the dough has baked completely through. A pale tart shell will taste raw and doughy, while one that is too dark will have a bitter, burnt flavor. Achieving the perfect color and texture requires paying attention during the baking process and being willing to give the shell a few more minutes in the oven if needed. Many home bakers underbake their tart shells, removing them from the oven as soon as they see the slightest hint of color, but professional bakers know that a deeper color produces better flavor and texture. Pâte sucrée is the foundation for countless French tarts and tartlets. The classic tarte aux fruits, or fruit tart, begins with a fully baked pâte sucrée shell that is filled with pastry cream and topped with fresh fruit arranged in decorative patterns. Strawberries might be arranged in concentric circles, or various berries might be mixed together in an artful tumble. The fruit is often glazed with a thin coating of apricot jam or neutral glaze to give it a glossy appearance and to seal in moisture. This type of tart is a showcase for beautiful, fresh fruit, and it is only as good as the quality of the fruit used. Underripe or flavorless fruit will result in a disappointing tart no matter how perfectly the crust and cream are prepared. The fruit should be at peak ripeness, with full flavor and natural sweetness. It should be washed and dried carefully before being arranged on the tart, as any moisture will make the cream watery and the crust soggy. The tarte au citron, or lemon tart, is another classic that uses pâte sucrée as its base. For this tart, a fully baked shell is filled with lemon cream, a mixture of lemon juice, sugar, eggs, and butter that is cooked together until thick and then poured into the shell and baked until set. The filling should be intensely lemony, with a perfect balance of sweet and tart flavors. It should be smooth and creamy, not grainy or curdled, and it should set firmly enough to slice cleanly without being rubbery or gelatinous. The top of the tart is often dusted with confectioner's sugar just before serving, which adds a touch of sweetness and an attractive appearance. Some versions include a thin layer of Italian meringue on top, which is torched or browned under the broiler to create a dramatic contrast of textures and flavors. The tarte tatin, one of the most famous French tarts, does not use pâte sucrée but rather puff pastry or a simple pie dough. However, it deserves mention as one of the iconic preparations of French pâtisserie. This upside-down apple tart is named after the Tatin sisters who ran a hotel in the Loire Valley in the late 19th century. According to legend, the tart was created by accident when one of the sisters was making an apple tart and forgot to put the pastry in the pan. She simply laid the pastry on top of the apples and put the whole thing in the oven, then inverted it after baking. Whether this story is true or not, the result is a magnificent tart in which apples are caramelized in butter and sugar until they are soft and deeply colored, then covered with pastry and baked. When inverted after baking, the caramelized apples are on top, glistening with dark amber caramel, and the pastry forms a crisp base beneath. Making a proper tarte tatin requires patience and a willingness to let the apples caramelize thoroughly. The process begins with making a caramel directly in an oven-safe skillet, typically a traditional copper tatin pan with sloped sides. Sugar is melted over medium heat, swirling the pan occasionally but not stirring, until it turns a deep amber color. Butter is then stirred in, creating a rich, glossy caramel. Apple halves, typically firm cooking apples like Granny Smith or Braeburn, are arranged tightly in the pan, cut side up, fitting them together like puzzle pieces. More butter and sugar are often added on top of the apples. The pan is placed on the stovetop over medium heat, and the apples are cooked slowly, basting them occasionally with the bubbling caramel, until they begin to soften and absorb the caramel's flavor, typically 30 to 40 minutes. During this cooking time, the apples release their moisture, which combines with the caramel and the added butter to create a thick, syrupy sauce. The apples gradually turn from pale yellow to golden to deep amber, and they soften and collapse slightly, becoming tender but still holding their shape. When the apples are properly caramelized and the liquid has reduced to a thick syrup, a round of pastry dough is placed over the top, tucked down around the edges of the apples. The pan is transferred to a hot oven, around 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and baked for 25 to 30 minutes until the pastry is golden brown and cooked through. After baking, the tart is allowed to rest for a few minutes, then a serving plate is placed over the pan and the whole thing is carefully inverted. When the pan is lifted away, the tart is revealed, with its beautiful pattern of caramelized apples glistening on top. A well-made tarte tatin is a study in contrasts, the apples are tender and intensely flavored, saturated with buttery caramel, while the pastry is crisp and flaky, providing textural contrast. The caramel should be dark and deeply flavored, with a slight bitterness that balances the sweetness and prevents the tart from being cloying. The tart is best served warm, often with a dollop of crème fraîche or a scoop of vanilla ice cream, which provides cooling contrast to the warm caramel and adds richness. Like many of the greatest French pastries, tarte tatin is relatively simple in concept but requires skill and attention to execute properly. The caramelization must be done carefully to avoid burning. The apples must be cooked sufficiently to become tender but not so much that they disintegrate. The pastry must be rolled to the right thickness and baked until fully crisp. Each step is straightforward, but each must be done correctly for the final result to be successful. Moving beyond tarts, French pâtisserie encompasses a vast array of cakes, each with its own techniques and traditions. The génoise, a classic French sponge cake, forms the basis for many elaborate layer cakes and petit fours. This cake is made by whisking whole eggs with sugar over gentle heat until the mixture is warm and frothy, then continuing to whisk off the heat until it becomes very thick, pale, and tripled in volume. Flour is then folded in gently, along with a small amount of melted butter, and the batter is baked immediately. The whisking process incorporates air into the eggs, which provides the only leavening for the cake. There is no baking powder or baking soda in a true génoise, just the air bubbles created by vigorous whisking. This means that the whisking must be done thoroughly and the flour must be folded in carefully to avoid deflating the batter. The technique of whisking eggs and sugar together until thick and pale is fundamental to many French cake and pastry preparations. It is used for génoise, for certain cookies like ladyfingers, and for various other preparations. The French term for this whisked mixture is ruban, meaning ribbon, because when the whisk is lifted, the mixture should fall back into the bowl in a thick ribbon that holds its shape on the surface for several seconds before sinking back in. Achieving this consistency requires time and patience. When whisking by hand, it can take 15 to 20 minutes of continuous whisking to reach the proper stage. With a stand mixer, it typically takes 8 to 10 minutes on high speed. The eggs should be at room temperature, as cold eggs do not whisk up as readily. Some recipes call for warming the eggs and sugar together over a pot of simmering water to about 120 degrees Fahrenheit before whisking, which helps the eggs to whisk up more quickly and to a greater volume. Once the eggs have reached the ribbon stage, the flour must be folded in with great care. The flour is sifted to remove any lumps and to aerate it, making it lighter and easier to incorporate. It is added all at once and folded in using a large rubber spatula and a gentle motion that cuts down through the center of the batter, scrapes across the bottom of the bowl, and brings the spatula up along the side, folding the flour from the bottom up over the top. The bowl is rotated slightly with each fold, ensuring that the flour is incorporated evenly throughout the batter. The folding should continue just until no streaks of flour remain visible. Overfolding will deflate the batter and result in a dense, heavy cake, while underfolding will leave pockets of flour that create an uneven texture. The melted butter, if used, is added last, first stirring a small amount of the batter into the butter to lighten it, then folding this mixture back into the remaining batter. The prepared batter is poured immediately into a prepared pan, typically a round cake pan that has been buttered and floured or lined with parchment paper. The pan should be filled no more than 2/3 full to allow room for the cake to rise. The filled pan is placed in a preheated oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit and baked for approximately 25 to 30 minutes for a 9-inch cake, or until the cake is golden brown, springs back when lightly touched, and a skewer inserted in the center comes out clean. The cake should be allowed to cool in the pan for a few minutes, then turned out onto a wire rack to cool completely. A properly baked genoise should be light and tender, with a fine, even crumb and a delicate flavor. It should be moist but not wet, tender but not fragile. Because genoise is relatively lean, containing little butter and no additional fat or liquid, it is often soaked with flavored syrup to add moisture and flavor. The cake is typically split into layers, brushed with syrup, and filled with buttercream, ganache, or fruit preserves. Buttercream is another fundamental preparation in French pâtisserie, used to fill and frost cakes, to pipe decorations, and as a component in many other preparations. There are several types of buttercream used in French baking, each with different characteristics and applications. The most common types are French buttercream, made with egg yolks and sugar syrup, Italian buttercream, made with egg whites and sugar syrup, and Swiss buttercream, made with egg whites and sugar heated together. All three types involve beating large amounts of butter into a base of eggs and sugar, resulting in a smooth, creamy frosting that is stable at room temperature and holds its shape well when piped. The choice of which type to use depends on the desired flavor, texture, and the skill level of the baker. French buttercream is considered by many to be the richest and most flavorful of the three types, with a smooth, silky texture and a deep, buttery taste. It is made by beating egg yolks until thick and pale, then gradually adding hot sugar syrup while continuing to beat. The hot syrup cooks the yolks, thickening them and creating a stable base for the buttercream. The mixture is beaten until it has cooled to room temperature and become very thick and fluffy, which can take 10 to 15 minutes. Softened butter is then beaten in gradually, a few tablespoons at a time, until all the butter has been incorporated and the mixture is smooth and creamy. The proportion of butter to base is typically 1.5 to 2 pounds of butter for every 4 to 6 egg yolks, resulting in an extremely rich frosting. French buttercream can be flavored with chocolate, coffee, fruit puree, or various extracts and liqueurs. Italian buttercream is made using a similar process, but with egg whites instead of egg yolks. Egg whites are beaten until they form soft peaks, then hot sugar syrup is drizzled in slowly while continuing to beat. The hot syrup cooks the egg whites, creating what is essentially a cooked meringue. This meringue is beaten until it has cooled completely, then softened butter is beaten in gradually until the mixture is smooth and creamy. Italian buttercream is lighter in color and slightly less rich than French buttercream, and it has a smoother, silkier texture. It is more stable than French buttercream and holds up better in warm conditions, making it a popular choice for wedding cakes and other applications where the cake may need to sit at room temperature for several hours. The proportion of butter to meringue is typically 1 pound of butter for every 3 to 4 egg whites. Swiss buttercream is made by whisking egg whites and sugar together in a bowl set over simmering water until the mixture reaches 160 degrees Fahrenheit and the sugar has dissolved completely. The bowl is then removed from the heat, and the mixture is beaten with an electric mixer until it has cooled to room temperature and formed a thick, glossy meringue. Softened butter is then beaten in gradually until smooth and creamy. Swiss buttercream is the most stable of the three types and has the finest texture, though some find it less flavorful than French or Italian buttercream. It is very smooth and pipes beautifully, making it popular for decorating cakes with intricate designs. All three types of buttercream can be flavored in various ways, and they can be colored with food coloring if desired for decorative purposes. The process of making any type of buttercream requires attention to several key details. The butter must be at the right temperature, soft enough to beat smoothly but not so warm that it is greasy or melting. If the butter is too cold, it will not incorporate smoothly and will create a lumpy texture. If it is too warm, the buttercream will be too soft and will not hold its shape. The ideal temperature for the butter is around 65 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, what is sometimes called cool room temperature. The butter should give slightly when pressed but should not leave an indentation. If the buttercream becomes too soft during mixing, it can be chilled briefly to firm up, then beaten again. If it curdles or looks broken, this is often because the base was still too warm when the butter was added, or because the butter was too cold. Continued beating will usually bring it back together, or a few tablespoons of additional softened butter can be beaten in to help emulsify the mixture. The sugar syrup used in making French and Italian buttercream must be cooked to the correct temperature, which is typically 235 to 240 degrees Fahrenheit, the soft ball stage. A candy thermometer is essential for determining when the syrup has reached the correct temperature. If the syrup is not cooked enough, the buttercream will be too soft and will not hold its shape. If it is cooked too much, it will be too stiff and may have a grainy texture. The syrup should be added to the eggs in a slow, steady stream while the mixer is running, being careful to pour it between the beaters and the side of the bowl rather than directly onto the beaters, which would cause the syrup to splatter. The mixer should be running at medium-high speed during this process to ensure that the eggs are beaten constantly as the hot syrup is added, preventing them from scrambling. Once all the syrup has been added, the mixer speed can be increased to high, and the mixture should be beaten until it has cooled completely. This cooling process is essential, as adding butter to a mixture that is still warm will cause the butter to melt and the buttercream to become soupy. Buttercream is extremely versatile and can be used in countless ways in French pâtisserie. It is the traditional filling and frosting for layer cakes, where its smooth texture and rich flavor complement the tender cake layers. It can be flavored to match or contrast with the cake flavor, creating endless variations. A chocolate genoise might be filled with coffee buttercream, or a vanilla cake might be filled with raspberry buttercream made by beating raspberry puree into the finished buttercream. Buttercream can be piped into decorative shapes to adorn cakes, from simple rosettes to elaborate flowers and borders. It can be used to create smooth, flawless finishes on cakes, creating a perfect canvas for more elaborate decorations. And it can be used as a component in more complex desserts, such as in the filling for macarons or as a layer in entremet, the elaborate mousse cakes that have become increasingly popular in contemporary French pâtisserie. Chocolate plays a central role in French pâtisserie, used in everything from simple chocolate cakes to elaborate chocolate sculptures. The tempering of chocolate is a fundamental skill that every pastry chef must master. Tempering is the process of carefully controlling the temperature of melted chocolate as it cools, which encourages the formation of stable cocoa butter crystals that give properly tempered chocolate its characteristic glossy appearance, crisp snap, and ability to release cleanly from molds. Untempered chocolate, by contrast, appears dull and streaky, has a soft, crumbly texture, and melts easily at room temperature. Tempering is essential when making chocolate decorations, when coating candies or pastries with chocolate, or whenever the chocolate needs to set properly and maintain its quality. The traditional method of tempering chocolate involves melting it to approximately 115 degrees Fahrenheit for dark chocolate or 110 degrees for milk or white chocolate, which melts all the cocoa butter crystals. The chocolate is then cooled to about 82 degrees Fahrenheit by spreading it on a marble slab and working it with a spatula, or by stirring it in a bowl set over cold water. This cooling process encourages the formation of cocoa butter crystals. The chocolate is then warmed gently to about 89 to 90 degrees for dark chocolate or 86 to 88 degrees for milk or white chocolate, which melts the less stable crystals while leaving the most stable ones intact. The chocolate is now properly tempered and ready to use. It should be kept at this working temperature while being used, which may require placing the bowl briefly over warm water if the chocolate begins to cool and thicken too much. The process of tempering chocolate requires patience and careful attention to temperature. A digital thermometer is essential for monitoring the chocolate's temperature accurately. The chocolate must be stirred frequently during the melting and cooling process to ensure that it heats and cools evenly throughout. If the chocolate is overheated above 120 degrees, the cocoa butter may separate and the chocolate may seize, becoming grainy and unusable. If the chocolate is not cooled enough during the tempering process, it will not set properly. If it is cooled too much, it will become too thick to work with easily. Learning to temper chocolate properly is a skill that requires practice, and even experienced pastry chefs occasionally have to start over if the tempering goes wrong. Once mastered, however, it opens up a world of possibilities for working with chocolate. Properly tempered chocolate can be used to make chocolate decorations by spreading it thin on acetate sheets and allowing it to set, then cutting it into shapes or letting it curve and harden into dramatic curls and waves. It can be piped into intricate designs that will hold their shape once set. It can be used to coat cakes or pastries, creating a glossy shell that cracks cleanly when cut. It can be poured into molds to create hollow chocolate shells for bonbons or solid chocolate shapes. The possibilities are limited only by the imagination and skill of the pastry chef. Chocolate work is considered one of the more advanced and specialized areas of pâtisserie, and some pastry chefs focus primarily on chocolate, becoming chocolatiers who create elaborate bonbons, truffles, and chocolate showpieces. These specialists often work with a wide variety of chocolates, from different origins and with different percentages of cocoa, creating complex flavor profiles by blending and layering different chocolates. Ganache, a mixture of chocolate and cream, is another fundamental chocolate preparation in French pâtisserie. Despite containing only 2 ingredients, ganache is remarkably versatile and can be used in many ways depending on its ratio and how it is prepared. The basic method is simple. Hot cream is poured over chopped chocolate and allowed to sit for a minute to soften the chocolate, then stirred gently until smooth and glossy. The ratio of chocolate to cream determines the consistency of the ganache. A ratio of 2 parts chocolate to 1 part cream by weight creates a thick ganache suitable for piping or rolling into truffles. A ratio of 1:1 creates a medium ganache perfect for filling cakes or using as a glaze when still warm. A ratio of 1 part chocolate to 2 parts cream creates a thin, pourable ganache that can be used as a sauce. Butter is sometimes added to ganache to give it additional richness and a silkier texture. The quality of ganache depends heavily on the quality of the chocolate used. Fine chocolate with good flavor and proper tempering characteristics will produce smooth, glossy ganache with excellent flavor. Poor quality chocolate may produce ganache that is grainy, dull, or separates. The cream should be heavy cream with at least 35% fat content, which creates a stable emulsion with the cocoa butter in the chocolate. The cream is heated just to the boiling point, then poured over the chopped chocolate. It is important not to stir immediately, but rather to let the hot cream soften the chocolate for a minute or two. When stirring begins, it should be gentle and start in the center, gradually widening the circles until all the chocolate has been incorporated. Vigorous stirring or stirring that starts from the outside can incorporate too much air, creating bubbles in the ganache that will mar its smooth appearance. If the ganache appears grainy or separated, it can often be saved by adding a small amount of cold cream and stirring vigorously, or by using an immersion blender to re-emulsify it. The temperature of the ganache is important for its various applications. Warm ganache, just after it is made, is liquid and can be poured over cakes to create a glossy glaze. As it cools to room temperature, it thickens to a spreadable consistency perfect for frosting cakes or filling pastries. When refrigerated, it becomes firm enough to scoop and roll into truffles. If whipped while still slightly cool but not fully set, it becomes light and fluffy, creating what is sometimes called whipped ganache, which can be piped like buttercream but has a richer chocolate flavor. Each of these applications highlights the remarkable versatility of this simple two-ingredient mixture. Macarons, the delicate sandwich cookies that have become synonymous with French pâtisserie in recent years, represent another specialized technique within the field. These small, colorful cookies consist of two almond meringue shells sandwiched together with a filling of buttercream, ganache, or jam. A properly made macaron should have a smooth, slightly domed top with no cracks, a delicate crisp shell, and a slightly chewy interior with a distinct foot, a ruffled collar that forms around the base during baking. Achieving all of these characteristics consistently requires precise technique and attention to detail. Macarons are notoriously finicky, sensitive to humidity, temperature, and technique, and many home bakers find them challenging to master. However, with practice and understanding of the principles involved, consistent success is achievable. The preparation of macarons begins with making what is called tant pour tant, meaning equal parts, a mixture of finely ground almonds and powdered sugar. The almonds must be blanched, with their skins removed, and ground to a very fine powder. The almonds and sugar are then sifted together multiple times to ensure a completely smooth mixture with no lumps or large particles. Some bakers prefer to grind the almonds and sugar together in a food processor to create an even finer texture, though care must be taken not to overprocess, which can release the oils from the almonds and create an oily paste rather than a dry powder. The tant pour tant is then combined with aged egg whites to create a thick paste called a macaronage. The aging of egg whites is a traditional step in macaron making, though its necessity is debated among pastry chefs. The process involves separating the eggs and leaving the whites at room temperature for at least several hours or up to 2 days. This allows some of the moisture in the whites to evaporate, making them more concentrated and helping them to whip up more easily to a stable foam. Some bakers believe that aged whites produce more stable macarons with better texture, while others find that fresh whites work equally well if the technique is good. Whether aged or fresh, the egg whites are divided into two portions. One portion is mixed with the tant pour tant to create the macronage, while the other portion is whipped with granulated sugar to create a French meringue. To make the meringue, the egg whites are beaten until they form soft peaks, then granulated sugar is added gradually while continuing to beat. The whites are beaten until they form stiff, glossy peaks that hold their shape firmly. The meringue should be smooth and homogeneous, with no grains of sugar remaining. If desired, food coloring is added to the meringue at this stage, using gel colors rather than liquid colors which can affect the consistency. The meringue is then folded into the macronage in a process that requires careful judgment. The mixture must be folded enough to knock out some of the air and create a smooth, flowing consistency, but not so much that all the air is removed and the batter becomes too thin. This process, also called macronage, is perhaps the most critical step in making successful macarons. The folding technique involves pressing the spatula down through the center of the mixture, scraping it along the bottom of the bowl, and bringing it up along the side, allowing the mixture to fall back on itself in a thick ribbon. The bowl is rotated slightly with each fold. As the folding continues, the mixture will gradually become looser and shinier. The proper consistency is reached when the batter flows slowly from the spatula in a thick ribbon, and when a dollop of batter dropped on the surface sinks back into the mass and disappears within about 30 seconds, leaving a smooth surface. If the batter is undermixed, the macarons will have peaked tops and may crack during baking. If it is overmixed, the batter will be too thin and the macarons will spread too much and may not develop proper feet. Testing the consistency requires experience and judgment, and beginning bakers often need several attempts before they learn to recognize the correct stage. Once the batter is properly mixed, it is transferred to a piping bag fitted with a plain round tip, typically about ½ an inch in diameter. The macarons are piped onto baking sheets lined with parchment paper or silicone baking mats. The piping should be done with steady, even pressure, holding the bag perpendicular to the sheet and releasing pressure as soon as the desired size is reached. The batter is piped into circles approximately 1½ inches in diameter, spaced about 2 inches apart to allow for slight spreading. After piping, the baking sheets should be tapped firmly on the counter several times. This helps to release any large air bubbles trapped in the batter and helps the macarons to settle into smooth, even shapes. Any peaks left by the piping tip should disappear as the batter settles. After piping, the macarons must be allowed to sit at room temperature until a skin forms on the surface. This typically takes 30 minutes to 1 hour, depending on the humidity in the room. The macarons are ready when they can be gently touched without batter sticking to the finger. This skin formation is essential for proper development of the foot during baking. If the macarons are baked without forming a skin, they are more likely to crack. The dried shells are then baked in a preheated oven, typically at around 300 degrees Fahrenheit, for approximately 12 to 15 minutes. The temperature and timing can vary significantly depending on the oven, and many bakers need to experiment to find the settings that work best for their particular oven. The macarons should not brown during baking. They should remain their original color or perhaps deepen very slightly. They are done when they no longer wobble when gently touched and when they can be lifted easily from the parchment without sticking. After baking, the macarons should be allowed to cool completely on the baking sheets before being removed. Once cooled, they are matched into pairs of similar size and filled with the chosen filling. The filling can be buttercream, ganache, jam, curd, or any other smooth, thick preparation. A small amount of filling is piped or spooned onto the flat side of one shell, then the matching shell is placed on top and pressed gently to spread the filling to the edges. The filled macarons are then typically refrigerated for at least 24 hours before serving, which allows the filling to soften the shells slightly and creates a more cohesive texture. During this maturation period, the shells absorb some moisture from the filling, transforming from crisp and fragile to tender and slightly chewy while maintaining their distinctive texture. Macarons can be made in countless flavors and colors, limited only by imagination. Classic flavors include vanilla, chocolate, coffee, raspberry, lemon, and pistachio, but contemporary pastry chefs have created macarons in flavors ranging from salted caramel to rose lychee to foie gras. The evolution of French pâtisserie from its medieval origins to its contemporary forms represents a continuous process of refinement, innovation, and adaptation. Each generation of pastry chefs has built upon the work of previous generations, preserving essential techniques while introducing new ideas and responding to changing tastes and technologies. The fundamentals established centuries ago, the careful lamination of dough, the precise cooking of custards, the proper whisking of eggs, remain as relevant today as they were when first developed. These techniques form the foundation upon which all pastry making rests, and they continue to be taught to aspiring pastry chefs around the world. At the same time, contemporary pastry chefs push the boundaries of what is possible, creating pastries that would have been unimaginable to their predecessors but that still honor the principles and values of the French tradition. The global influence of French pâtisserie cannot be overstated. French techniques and preparations form the basis for fine pastry making throughout the world, and French terms are used internationally to describe various pastries and techniques. Culinary students from every continent study French pastry methods, and French pastry chefs work in major cities around the globe, spreading their knowledge and maintaining standards of excellence. French pâtisseries have opened in cities from Tokyo to New York to São Paulo, introducing local populations to croissants, éclairs, and macarons and helping to create a global appreciation for fine pastry. This international spread has also led to interesting cross-cultural innovations, as French techniques are applied to local flavors and traditions, creating hybrid pastries that combine the precision and refinement of French method with the flavors and aesthetics of other cultures. Despite this global spread, France itself remains the heart of the pastry world, and Paris in particular continues to be seen as the ultimate destination for pastry lovers. The city's many pâtisseries, from historic establishments that have been operating for over a century to cutting-edge shops run by innovative young chefs, offer an unparalleled opportunity to experience French pastry at its finest. Walking through a Parisian neighborhood and stopping at the local pâtisserie for a fresh croissant or a perfect tart remains one of life's great pleasures, a daily ritual that connects the present to centuries of tradition. The care and artistry that go into each pastry, from the simplest pain au chocolat to the most elaborate entremet, reflect a culture that values quality, craftsmanship, and the importance of taking time to appreciate beauty and flavor. The future of French pâtisserie will undoubtedly bring new innovations and changes, as each generation of pastry chefs seeks to make its mark and to push the art form forward. New technologies, new ingredients, new aesthetic sensibilities will all influence what pastries look like and how they are made. Climate change and concerns about sustainability may affect which ingredients are available and how they are sourced. Changing dietary preferences and restrictions will lead to new versions of classic pastries made without gluten, dairy, or refined sugar. All of these changes are inevitable and necessary, reflecting the evolution of culture and society. Yet at the core, the essential nature of French pâtisserie will likely remain constant, a commitment to quality ingredients, precise technique, and the creation of beautiful, delicious pastries that bring pleasure and joy to those who experience them. The art of French pâtisserie represents one of humanity's most refined achievements in the realm of food, a demonstration of what is possible when skill, patience, creativity, and respect for tradition come together. Each perfect croissant, each flawless tart, each delicate macaron represents hours of training, years of practice, and the accumulated wisdom of generations of bakers who have dedicated their lives to perfecting their craft. The pastry chef who can produce these creations consistently, day after day, has achieved a level of mastery that commands respect and admiration. This mastery is not merely technical, though technical skill is certainly essential. It also involves an understanding of ingredients, a sensitivity to subtle variations in temperature and humidity, an aesthetic sense that recognizes beauty and proportion, and a dedication to excellence that refuses to accept anything less than the best possible result. The training required to become a skilled pastry chef is rigorous and demanding, requiring not only years of formal education and apprenticeship but also a willingness to work long hours in challenging conditions. Pastry kitchens are typically hot, especially during the summer months when ovens run constantly throughout the day. The work is physically demanding, requiring standing for long periods, lifting heavy bags of flour and sugar, and performing repetitive motions that can strain the hands, wrists, and back. The hours are often unsociable, beginning well before dawn so that fresh croissants and other breakfast pastries can be ready when the pâtisserie opens. The work requires intense concentration and attention to detail, as even small mistakes can ruin an entire batch of pastries. And the standards are exacting, with little tolerance for work that falls short of perfection. Yet despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, the profession of pastry chef attracts passionate, dedicated individuals who find deep satisfaction in their work. There is something profoundly rewarding about taking simple ingredients like flour, butter, eggs, and sugar and transforming them through skill and knowledge into something beautiful and delicious. The pastry chef experiences the satisfaction of creating something tangible and immediate, something that brings pleasure to others. Unlike many modern occupations where the fruits of one's labor are abstract or delayed, the pastry chef can see the immediate results of their work and can witness the joy that their creations bring to customers. This direct connection between effort and outcome, between skill and result, provides a sense of meaning and purpose that many find deeply fulfilling. The relationship between the pastry chef and their ingredients is intimate and complex, built on deep understanding and respect. A skilled pastry chef knows their ingredients not just intellectually but physically, through years of handling them, observing how they behave under different conditions, learning their capabilities and limitations. They know how flour from different mills varies in protein content and absorption, how butter from different dairies differs in flavor and melting point, how chocolate from different origins varies in intensity and complexity. They develop preferences based on this experience, seeking out particular suppliers and specific products that meet their exacting standards. They understand that these ingredients are not interchangeable commodities but rather living things with their own characteristics and quirks, affected by seasons, weather, and countless other factors. This deep knowledge of ingredients extends to an understanding of how they interact with each other and how they are affected by various processes and techniques. The pastry chef understands that when flour is mixed with water, gluten proteins begin to form networks that give dough structure and elasticity. They know that this gluten development can be encouraged through kneading or discouraged through gentle handling, depending on the desired result. They understand that when sugar is heated, it undergoes a series of complex chemical changes, first melting, then caramelizing, then eventually burning if heated too much. They know that eggs serve multiple functions in baking, providing structure through coagulation, richness through fat, moisture through water content, leavening through the incorporation of air, and emulsification through lecithin. This scientific understanding complements and enhances the traditional, hands-on knowledge passed down through generations. The pastry kitchen itself is a carefully organized space, designed for efficiency and precision. Everything has its place, and tools and ingredients are arranged so that they can be accessed quickly and easily during the intense work of production. The work surfaces are kept scrupulously clean, wiped down frequently throughout the day to prevent contamination and to maintain the highest standards of hygiene. The ovens are the heart of the operation, and skilled pastry chefs develop an intimate knowledge of their particular ovens, learning which areas run hot and which run cool, how long the oven takes to recover after the door has been opened, and how different types of pastries should be positioned for optimal baking. The refrigerators and freezers are equally important, providing the cool temperatures necessary for storing ingredients and for certain preparation steps like resting dough or firming butter. The daily rhythm of a professional pâtisserie follows a well-established pattern, shaped by the demands of customers and the requirements of the various preparations. The day typically begins in the dark hours before dawn, when the first bakers arrive to begin preparing the morning's croissants and other breakfast pastries. These items must be ready when the shop opens, warm from the oven and at their absolute peak of freshness. The shaped croissants that were prepared the previous day and left to proof overnight in the refrigerator are brought out and allowed to finish proofing at room temperature before being baked. Fresh batches of bread dough are mixed and left to ferment. Tart shells that were prepared the day before are filled with pastry cream and fruit or with other fillings. Cakes are assembled from components that were made over the previous days, with layers of sponge cake brushed with syrup, spread with buttercream or ganache, and finished with glazes and decorations. As the morning progresses, the focus shifts to preparing items that will be sold later in the day and to beginning preparations for the next day. Fresh batches of croissant dough are mixed and laminated, then left to rest in the refrigerator. Pastry cream is made and cooled, ready to be used for filling éclairs and tarts. Choux pastry is prepared and piped, then baked until golden. Macaron shells are piped and left to dry before baking, then filled once they have cooled. Throughout all of this activity, there is a constant attention to detail, a checking and rechecking to ensure that everything is proceeding correctly. Temperatures are monitored, timers are set, visual inspections are made, and occasional taste tests are conducted. Nothing is left to chance, and nothing is assumed to be correct without verification. The seasonal nature of ingredients plays an important role in shaping what is made throughout the year. In the spring, when strawberries and rhubarb come into season, tarts featuring these fruits become prominent in the display case. In the summer, when stone fruits like peaches, apricots, and cherries are at their peak, these fruits are featured in tarts, pastries, and other preparations. In the fall, apples and pears dominate, appearing in tart tatin, apple turnovers, and pear tarts with frangipane. In the winter, when fresh fruit is scarce, the focus shifts to chocolate, nuts, and preserved fruits. This seasonal rotation ensures that the pâtisserie always features ingredients at their peak of flavor and quality, and it provides variety throughout the year, with different specialties featured at different times. The display case of a traditional French pâtisserie is itself a work of art, carefully arranged to showcase the various pastries to their best advantage. The items are typically arranged in neat rows or patterns, with similar items grouped together. Croissants and other viennoiserie occupy one section, tarts another, individual pastries like éclairs and cream puffs another. The arrangement is not merely aesthetic but also practical, making it easy for customers to see what is available and making it easy for staff to retrieve items quickly. The lighting in the display case is carefully chosen to show the pastries in their best light without generating too much heat that might cause delicate items to melt or soften. The temperature inside the case is controlled to keep items fresh without freezing or drying them out. Everything is designed to maintain the pastries in optimal condition and to present them appealingly to customers. The interaction between the pastry chef and the customer is an important aspect of the tradition of French pâtisserie. In a traditional neighborhood pâtisserie, the same customers often return day after day, developing relationships with the staff and establishing their preferred items. The pastry chef takes pride in knowing these regular customers, in understanding their preferences, and in being able to recommend new items that they might enjoy. This personal connection between maker and consumer, between craftsperson and client, is part of what makes the traditional pâtisserie such an important community institution. It is not merely a place to purchase food but a gathering place, a social hub where neighbors meet and exchange news, where celebrations are marked with special cakes, and where everyday life is punctuated with small moments of pleasure and indulgence. The economics of running a pâtisserie are challenging, requiring careful management of costs while maintaining high quality. The ingredients required for fine pastry are expensive, particularly butter, which is used in large quantities. Nuts, chocolate, and other specialty ingredients also represent significant costs. The labor involved in making pastries by hand is substantial, with skilled pastry chefs commanding good wages in recognition of their expertise. The equipment required for a professional operation represents a major capital investment, and the costs of maintaining and replacing this equipment over time must be factored into the business plan. Rent for a retail location in a good neighborhood can be quite high. All of these costs must be covered by sales, which means that prices must be set at a level that customers are willing to pay while still providing sufficient margin to keep the business viable. Despite these economic pressures, the best pâtisseries resist the temptation to cut corners or to compromise on quality. They understand that their reputation depends entirely on the consistent excellence of their products, and that customers who appreciate fine pastry are willing to pay premium prices for items that are truly exceptional. They also understand that the traditional methods, while time-consuming and labor-intensive, produce results that cannot be matched by industrial production or by shortcuts. The slow fermentation of croissant dough, the careful lamination of butter, the precise cooking of custards, all of these time-honored techniques exist because they produce superior results. Eliminating these steps or rushing through them might reduce costs in the short term, but it would inevitably result in inferior pastries that would damage the reputation of the establishment and ultimately drive away discerning customers. The challenge for contemporary pastry chefs is to honor tradition while remaining relevant to modern tastes and sensibilities. This is not always an easy balance to strike. Some customers, particularly older ones who remember how things used to be, may resist innovation and prefer the classic preparations they grew up with. Other customers, particularly younger ones, may be looking for novelty and excitement, for new flavor combinations and contemporary presentations. The skilled pastry chef must somehow satisfy both groups, maintaining the classic items that form the core of their offerings while also creating new items that demonstrate creativity and respond to current trends. This often means keeping traditional items like croissants, éclairs, and fruit tarts always available, while rotating seasonal and innovative items through the repertoire. The influence of social media on contemporary pâtisserie has been significant, changing both how pastries are presented and how they are marketed. Instagram and other visual platforms have created an emphasis on dramatic, photogenic desserts that look impressive in photographs. This has led to pastries that feature bold colors, dramatic shapes, and elaborate decorations designed to catch the eye and encourage sharing on social media. While some traditionalists worry that this emphasis on appearance comes at the expense of flavor and texture, the best contemporary pastry chefs understand that visual appeal and delicious taste are not mutually exclusive. They create pastries that are both beautiful to look at and wonderful to eat, using natural colors from fruit and vegetable purees, employing careful technique to achieve smooth, glossy surfaces, and designing elegant, balanced compositions that photograph well while also tasting exceptional. The rise of dietary restrictions and food allergies has also presented challenges and opportunities for pastry chefs. An increasing number of people avoid gluten, dairy, eggs, or refined sugar for health or ethical reasons, creating demand for pastries that accommodate these restrictions. Some pastry chefs have embraced this challenge, developing versions of classic French pastries made with alternative ingredients. Creating successful gluten-free, dairy-free, or vegan versions of traditional pastries is not simply a matter of substituting ingredients. The original ingredients often serve multiple functions, and removing them requires a complete rethinking of the preparation. Gluten-free flour blends do not behave like wheat flour, requiring adjustments to liquid ratios and mixing methods. Non-dairy butter substitutes may not laminate properly, requiring experimentation to find products that work. Egg replacements may not provide the same structure or richness, necessitating the use of other ingredients to compensate. Despite these challenges, innovative pastry chefs have created gluten-free croissants, vegan éclairs, and dairy-free macarons that, while perhaps different from the traditional versions, are delicious in their own right. This work represents an expansion of the tradition rather than a rejection of it, applying the principles of careful technique, quality ingredients, and attention to detail to new types of preparations. It also makes the pleasures of French pastry accessible to people who might otherwise be unable to enjoy them, which is entirely in keeping with the generous spirit of the tradition. Food should bring people together, not exclude them, and the ability to offer excellent pastries to everyone, regardless of their dietary needs, is something to be celebrated. The preservation of traditional techniques and knowledge is an ongoing concern within the profession of pastry making. As older master chefs retire or pass away, there is always a risk that some of the accumulated knowledge and wisdom they possess will be lost if it has not been properly transmitted to the next generation. This is why the apprenticeship system remains so important, allowing young pastry chefs to work alongside experienced masters and to absorb not just techniques but also judgment, intuition, and that difficult-to-define quality of understanding that comes only from years of experience. Books and videos can convey a great deal of information, but they cannot fully replace the experience of working alongside a skilled practitioner who can demonstrate techniques, offer immediate feedback, and share insights gained from decades of daily practice. Professional organizations and culinary schools play an important role in preserving and transmitting this knowledge. Organizations like the Relais Desserts, an association of the world's finest pastry chefs, work to maintain standards of excellence and to promote the art of French pastry worldwide. Culinary schools like Le Cordon Bleu, founded in Paris in 1895, and the École Nationale Supérieure de Pâtisserie provide rigorous training in classical technique. These institutions serve as repositories of knowledge, collecting and codifying techniques, maintaining standards, and ensuring that each new generation of pastry chefs receives proper training. They also serve as bridges between tradition and innovation, teaching classical methods while also encouraging creativity and experimentation. The tools and equipment available to contemporary pastry chefs are far more advanced than what was available to their predecessors, yet the fundamental challenges remain the same. Modern stand mixers make the work of kneading dough and whipping cream much easier, but they do not eliminate the need for understanding when a dough has been mixed enough or when cream has reached the proper consistency. Precision ovens with digital controls make it easier to maintain consistent temperatures, but they do not eliminate the need for understanding how different pastries bake and for making adjustments based on observation and experience. Silicone baking mats and non-stick coatings make it easier to remove baked goods from pans, but they do not eliminate the need for proper technique in shaping and handling delicate pastries. All of these modern conveniences are valuable tools, but they are only tools. They cannot replace knowledge, skill, and judgment. The chemistry and physics of baking, once understood primarily through empirical observation and accumulated experience, have been increasingly illuminated by scientific research. We now understand in detail how gluten networks form, how proteins denature and coagulate, how starches gelatinize, how fats interact with other ingredients. This scientific knowledge does not replace traditional techniques but rather explains why they work and provides a framework for troubleshooting when things go wrong. A pastry chef who understands that butter must be cold during lamination because warm butter will melt and be absorbed into the dough, destroying the distinct layers, is better equipped to adjust their technique based on room temperature and to recognize when the butter needs to be chilled before continuing. A pastry chef who understands that egg yolks thicken custard through coagulation that occurs gradually between 160 and 180 degrees Fahrenheit is better able to monitor the temperature carefully and to recognize when the custard is approaching the correct consistency. This marriage of traditional craft and scientific understanding represents the modern approach to pastry making, combining the best of both worlds. The traditional techniques that have been refined over centuries provide a proven framework for creating excellent pastries. The scientific understanding provides insight into why these techniques work and how they can be adapted to different circumstances or ingredients. Together, they equip the contemporary pastry chef with both practical skills and theoretical knowledge, making them not merely technicians who follow recipes by rote but rather craftspeople who understand their work deeply and can think creatively about solving problems and developing new preparations. The sensory aspects of pastry making are as important as the technical aspects, requiring sensitivity and awareness that can only be developed through experience. The visual assessment of dough consistency, the tactile sense of when butter has reached the proper temperature for lamination, the sound of properly baked puff pastry crackling as it cools, the smell of caramelizing sugar signaling that a caramel is approaching the correct stage, the taste of pastry cream indicating whether the balance of sugar and vanilla is correct. All of these sensory inputs provide crucial information that guides the pastry chef's work. Recipes can provide measurements and temperatures and times, but they cannot fully capture these sensory cues. This is why pastry making is sometimes described as much as an art as a science, requiring intuition and sensitivity in addition to technical knowledge. The pleasure that fine pastry brings to those who consume it is the ultimate justification for all the effort, time, and skill that goes into its creation. A perfectly made croissant, still warm from the oven, with its shattering crust and tender, buttery interior, is a small miracle of transformation, of simple ingredients elevated through technique into something transcendent. A well-made tart, with its crisp, tender crust filled with silky pastry cream and topped with perfectly ripe fruit, is a celebration of seasonal abundance and careful craft. A delicate macaron, with its crisp shell giving way to a tender interior and creamy filling, is a study in texture and flavor balance. These pastries do not merely satisfy hunger. They provide pleasure, they lift the spirits, they mark special occasions, they connect us to tradition and community. This is the true value of French pâtisserie, not merely as sustenance but as a source of joy and beauty in everyday life. The preservation and continuation of the French pastry tradition is not merely a matter of nostalgia or of preserving the past for its own sake. Rather, it is about maintaining a living tradition that continues to evolve and adapt while remaining rooted in fundamental principles of quality, technique, and craftsmanship. Each generation must find ways to make the tradition their own, to bring their own creativity and vision while respecting the accumulated wisdom of the past. This dynamic tension between tradition and innovation, between preservation and evolution, is what keeps French pâtisserie vital and relevant. It is not a museum piece, frozen in time, but a living art that continues to develop and surprise. Looking to the future, French pâtisserie faces both challenges and opportunities. Climate change and environmental concerns may require changes in how ingredients are sourced and what ingredients are available. Concerns about health and nutrition may lead to continued interest in pastries made with less sugar, healthier fats, or alternative ingredients. Changing demographics and cultural influences may introduce new flavors and techniques from other traditions. Advances in technology may provide new tools and methods. All of these changes will shape the future of pastry making, but they need not undermine its fundamental character. The core principles of using quality ingredients, applying careful technique, and creating beautiful, delicious pastries that bring pleasure to others will remain as relevant in the future as they have been in the past. The story of French pâtisserie, from its origins in medieval kitchens to its contemporary manifestations in modern pâtisseries around the world, is ultimately a story about human creativity, dedication, and the pursuit of excellence. It is about the countless bakers and pastry chefs who have devoted their lives to perfecting their craft, who have spent years learning and practicing, who have risen before dawn day after day to prepare fresh pastries, who have maintained exacting standards even when it would be easier to cut corners. It is about the pleasure that good food brings to our lives, the way that a perfect pastry can transform an ordinary morning into something special, the way that beautiful, delicious desserts mark our celebrations and enhance our gatherings. It is about tradition and innovation, preservation and evolution, craft and art, science and intuition. It is about the transformation of simple, humble ingredients into something extraordinary through the application of skill, knowledge, and care. As we have journeyed through the history and techniques of French pâtisserie, exploring the development of puff pastry and choux pastry, learning about the careful preparation of custards and creams, understanding the complex process of making croissants, examining the techniques of making tarts and cakes and macarons, we have traced a path from the simple breads of ancient times to the refined and elaborate pastries of today. We have seen how each generation has built upon the work of previous generations, refining techniques, developing new preparations, and continually raising standards of excellence. We have seen how fundamental techniques like lamination, tempering, and custard making have remained essentially unchanged for centuries, proving their value through consistent results. And we have seen how the same basic ingredients, flour, butter, eggs, sugar, cream, chocolate, can be combined in countless ways to create an endless variety of textures, flavors, and forms. The craft of French pâtisserie embodies values that extend beyond the kitchen, values of patience, precision, dedication, and respect for quality. In an age of instant gratification and mass production, the slow, careful work of making fine pastries by hand represents an alternative approach, one that values quality over convenience, craftsmanship over efficiency, and beauty over mere utility. The pastry chef who spends 2 days making croissant dough, carefully laminating butter and allowing for proper fermentation, could certainly save time by using commercially produced frozen dough. But they choose not to, because they understand that the shortcut would compromise quality, and because they take pride in their work and want to create something excellent. This commitment to excellence, this refusal to compromise, is at the heart of the French pastry tradition. The experience of eating a truly excellent French pastry is something that cannot be adequately described in words. The complex interplay of flavors and textures, the way that sweetness is balanced by slight bitterness or acidity, the contrast between crisp and creamy, the richness tempered by lightness, the satisfaction of recognizing the skill and care that went into the creation, all of these elements combine to create an experience that engages all the senses and provides genuine pleasure. This is why people are willing to pay premium prices for pastries from renowned pâtisseries, why they will travel across the city to visit a particular bakery, why they develop strong preferences and loyalties. They recognize that what they are getting is not merely a sweet snack but rather a work of craftsmanship, a product of skill and dedication, something that has been made with care and attention by someone who takes pride in their work. The relationship between French pâtisserie and French culture more broadly is deep and complex. Pastry is woven into the fabric of French life in ways both large and small. The morning croissant with coffee is a daily ritual for many French people, a moment of pleasure that begins each day. The birthday cake, the wedding cake, the desserts served at family gatherings and celebrations, all mark important moments in life. The neighborhood patisserie serves as a community gathering place where people meet and socialize. The prestigious pastry chefs who earn multiple Michelin stars or win major competitions become celebrities, their achievements celebrated in the media and their establishments becoming destinations for culinary tourists. All of these elements contribute to a culture in which pastry is not merely food but an important part of life, something that is valued, celebrated, and taken seriously. This cultural importance helps to sustain the tradition and to ensure that high standards are maintained. In a culture where pastry is taken seriously, where people are knowledgeable about quality and have high expectations, pastry chefs are motivated to maintain excellence. They know that their work will be judged by discerning customers who understand the difference between exceptional and merely adequate. This creates a virtuous cycle in which high standards lead to better pastries, which educate customers to appreciate quality, which in turn encourages chefs to maintain those high standards. This dynamic helps to explain why France has remained at the forefront of pastry making even as the tradition has spread around the world. The cultural context supports and sustains excellence in ways that cannot easily be replicated elsewhere. As our exploration of French patisserie draws to a close, we return to where we began, to the fundamental idea that baking is a transformative art, taking simple ingredients and, through the application of heat and technique, creating something entirely new and wonderful. From the first crude loaves baked on hot stones to the most elaborate contemporary pastries, this process of transformation has remained at the heart of baking. What has changed over the centuries is the refinement of technique, the expansion of the repertoire, the development of new preparations and new possibilities. But the essential nature of the work remains the same, rooted in an understanding of ingredients, a mastery of technique, and a dedication to creating something beautiful and delicious. The techniques we have explored, the careful lamination of croissant dough, the precise cooking of pastry cream, the tempering of chocolate, the whipping of meringue, the rolling of pâte sucrée, represent centuries of accumulated knowledge, refined through countless repetitions by thousands of bakers over generations. Each technique exists in its current form because it has proven itself to produce excellent results consistently. These are not arbitrary conventions or outdated traditions but rather the distilled wisdom of experience, methods that have stood the test of time because they work. Learning these techniques, understanding them deeply, and being able to execute them consistently is the foundation of pastry making, the essential knowledge that every serious pastry chef must possess. Beyond technique, however, lies something more difficult to define but equally important, a sensibility, an aesthetic sense, an understanding of balance and harmony, a feeling for what makes a pastry not merely technically correct but truly excellent. This is what separates good pastry chefs from great ones, technical competence from true artistry. It is the ability to judge not merely whether a croissant is properly laminated but whether it achieves that elusive perfect balance of flakiness and tenderness, richness and lightness. It is knowing not merely whether a custard has thickened sufficiently but whether the flavor is intense enough, whether the sweetness is properly balanced, whether the texture is silky smooth. This kind of judgment cannot be learned from books or taught directly but must be developed through experience, through tasting many examples, through constant attention and awareness, through a commitment to excellence that refuses to settle for merely good enough. The French pastry tradition, with its emphasis on quality, technique, and refinement, provides a framework within which this excellence can be pursued and achieved. It offers proven methods, high standards, and a culture that values and celebrates excellence. It connects each contemporary pastry chef to a long lineage of practitioners stretching back through centuries, each generation building on the work of the previous one. To be part of this tradition is to accept both a responsibility and a privilege, the responsibility to maintain standards and to pass on knowledge to the next generation, and the privilege of working within a rich, developed tradition that provides guidance, inspiration, and connection to something larger than oneself. In the quiet hours before dawn, in pâtisseries throughout France and around the world, pastry chefs are at work, rolling dough, filling pastry bags, monitoring ovens, creating the day's offerings. Their work continues a tradition that stretches back through centuries, connecting them to the bakers of medieval Paris, to the pastry chefs of Versailles, to Antonin Carême and all the others who have contributed to the development of this remarkable art form. Each croissant they make, each tart they fill, each éclair they glaze, adds one more small contribution to this ongoing tradition, maintaining it, extending it, passing it forward to the future. This is the living tradition of French pâtisserie, not a museum piece or a historical curiosity, but a vital, evolving art that continues to bring beauty, pleasure, and sweetness to the world, one perfect pastry at a time.